Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Number Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Hey everyone, good morning. Thanks everyone for joining Stocks Number Trading. My name is Ron, my partner is Dave. It is 6 a.m. Eastern. It is Wednesday, October the 1st. So we just wrapped up the entire month of September. If you guys already reviewed the monthly analysis on your securities, you'll see that that monthly candle closed. What I would be doing is you could do your figuring out your opening balance of September, your closing balance of September, how high it went, how low it went. You can figure out your point of control. You can figure out a lot of things. You can figure out exactly 50% of September's trading volume on any security that you're trading. Okay, normally when we come on these calls, we do a top down from the daily to the 4 hour, then we bring it down to the minutes. But regarding you guys, if you guys want to do a little bit further analysis, maybe some swing trading or a bigger zone, always look at that monthly as well, okay? But guys, it's a new month, fresh start for everybody. So hopefully you guys learned something in the month of September. You learned from your positive moves in the markets. You learned from some of your mistakes that you made. That's all about trading, is about improving from the previous day and bringing it forward to the next day. And hopefully we're learning from our mistakes. As traders, we all make mistakes, guys. No traders are perfect. So we're humans, we do make mistakes, but try and limit them as much as possible and learn from them. It's very, very important. For those of you that are finally understanding this, I appreciate you guys so much, because you guys are really making this that much easier to educate, and watching your progress going forward is nice to see. For us that work hard teaching this craft of trading, and to see you guys really doing well month over month is very inspiring for all of us. So thank you guys to those that are really changing the way how you trade, changing your mindset and everything, okay? There is a US government shutdown. It just happened 6 hours ago at midnight. So that's in effect right now. How long will it last? We don't know. But we'll review. There's a little bit of a education article on it that we'll talk about. And we got to trade again, candle by candle. Don't over leverage. Don't over risk. If you do get into a trade, the reason behind that is so you don't panic if you do go into a little bit of drawdown. If you do get stopped out, you still have some trades left in you. You can still recover that. But if we over leverage, we overreact, we panic, then we're trading on emotions. And then we're probably going to make those critical mistakes, and we could probably do damage to our trading account and capital, okay? So I hope everyone is well. I hope everyone is good. I hope everyone is ready to start a new month of October, and let's see what we got. Okay, so how's everyone doing? Good morning to everybody. Thanks everyone for joining. We will do gold, we will do NASDAQ, we will do US30, but first we got to go over the news. We got to go over what is this government shutdown, how will it impact the markets, any earnings today, do we have any other news today? There is some ISM manufacturing coming out at 10 a.m. regarding the US dollar. So we do have a lot to talk about. We're here for 4 hours scheduled. Remember the last session, we were on a marathon. We went for 6 hours straight where I didn't move from this chair. So we got into that choppy trading volume. You know, it was like a roller coaster ride where 5-minute candles were just in a small range, just going up and down and up and down and up and down, and they really didn't decide where they were going to go until after that call. So I don't advise that for most of you guys to sit and just stare at charts for 6 hours straight, but for some of us, we're trained to do that. So I don't recommend it, but take your breaks, guys, and try and limit as much time that you are at your trading station, okay? For your own health, it's advisable. Okay, so what we're going to do is get started with Forex Factory. There's a lot of news today. You can see starting all the way from pre-London, 2 a.m. Eastern. We are on the correct date, Wednesday, October 1st, new month. So this is a fresh start for everybody. Hopefully, if you guys are continuing with your journaling, review the entire month of September, your journals. Key highlights are some of your profitable trades. Learn from them. Was there pattern recognition? Was there something that you did well? Try and mimic that and learn from that. Also learn from your mistakes. You're going to have some losses in that month of September. So take a look at your losses. Was there something that we can learn from it? Is there something that we can do better? That's how we improve on trading. But this is a fresh start for everybody as well. So I hope everyone continues with trading because we're going into the end of the year, and very, very soon it's going to be that Santa Claus rally that we do talk about regarding tax implications near the close of the year, okay? But right now we got a lot of news coming out of Europe. Okay, this was one of these days where there's a lot of low impact news, back-to-back folders, 315, 330, 345, 350, 355, 4 a.m., 4:30. You can see there's a lot of manufacturing today, Spanish manufacturing, Italian manufacturing, French manufacturing, German manufacturing. You can see it's covering all of Europe. There's a lot of manufacturing news, low impact. But when you have consecutive folders like this in a row, it can produce volatility in the markets, okay? So that has already gone through the markets. Now we're moving into, this is pre-New York right now, 6 a.m. We're going to get into the North American block around 8 a.m., 8:30 news. We're moving into Wall Street at 9:30. Then we have some 10 a.m. news. So this is now North American news coming into the market. You see we've moved from the Tokyo, we've moved from the Asian markets, we've moved from the European markets. Now volume is entering North America, okay? So it's a cycle that we go through on a daily basis, and that's the money flow, how it moves through all parts of the world, okay? So now we got to get ready because the North American markets is the biggest market in the world. This is where majority of volume trades, volatility, news. You also have the COMEX market opens for commodities at 8:20 a.m. Eastern. You have also Wall Street where the stock and equities market opens up. That provides additional volume in the markets. So a lot goes on. So this is where you really have to take your risk management more serious, a little bit more serious than if you were trading the Asian sessions, more serious than if you were trading the European markets. This is now the North American markets. So this is where things volume-wise get bigger, volatility gets bigger, ranges get bigger. So this is where you got to really perfect your skill of risk management. You got to know how much you're risking in these sessions, okay? So hopefully we are continuing to learn all about risk management. Rule of thumb is when you lower your risk, then it allows you to stay in a trade longer because you can open up your stop loss a little bit bigger and allow the trade to actually play out. And hopefully when you are trading, you are picking a good zone to enter, whether you're buying or selling. You're not just buying or selling anywhere in the market. You're patiently waiting for a certain block to be triggered in the markets. You're waiting for retests. You're waiting for your confirmations, okay? Does this make sense, guys? Because otherwise, I don't need to talk about this. I assume that you guys do know all about this. I do like to remind everybody on these calls all about this, but someone says, Ron, just go straight to the charts. We got this. If that's how it is, I don't need to waste time on this, okay? But I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on this. I want you guys to be traders or investors, not just for today, not just for the month of October. I want you guys to continue to do this for years upon years. So you have to develop this type of mindset right now and understand that you have to have this mindset going through the markets every single day, not just today. Every day you have to have this. It's got to be kind of automatic. When you come into the markets, you know exactly what you're looking for. You know exactly how much you're risking today. You know how much, you know your previous month, your previous week, your previous day. You know your results. So you know how you're doing. You know when it's time to take a break from the markets. All of these things are very, very important, and I hope you guys are learning all about this, okay? So going through the news today. This is us now starting 6 a.m. So we do have some news coming forward. 7 a.m. Eurozone German president speaking. 8:15. So this is a critical time in the markets. This is 5 minutes prior to COMEX market opening up at 8:20. This is when we're done charting our gold. We're on our gold charts. We're watching on the 5 minutes. So we do have ADP non-farm employment change supposedly to be released today, but remember there's a government shutdown, so it could affect these folders. They could be released or the data may not be released. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. So the previous ADP non-farm employment change was 54,000 the previous month. They're forecasting very similar forecast of 52,000, but you can see it's lower than the 54, so therefore it is 2,000 lower. We'll see what the actual number comes in. This is like a little forecast preceding NFP, what to expect on Friday morning if we do in fact have NFP. Going forward, then COMEX will open up at 8:20. Normally we have some 8:30 North American news. We don't have anything today. We start to move into some manufacturing news right at 9:30 when Wall Street opens up. Canada releases their manufacturing news. Yesterday, you guys may have noticed Canadian banks were closed. That was for their Reconciliation Day for our Aboriginal Canadians, to show support for them. It was orange t-shirt day at my daughter's school yesterday for that holiday, okay? And the Canadian banks were closed, so if you were trading the Canadian dollar and were expecting why there was no moves, the Canadian banks were closed yesterday. Then we move into, you see Wall Street, 9:45. We have also our final manufacturing coming out of the US, but this one, the red folder at 10 a.m. So 30 minutes after Wall Street opens up, you can see that we do have lots of volatility coming in at 10 a.m. This is when we wrap up our calls. Traditionally at this time, well, maybe we'll stay a couple minutes to watch what this folder is. But we have ISM manufacturing PMI. Previous month was 48.7. You can see that they're forecasting an increase to 49, a 1.3 point increase, but it is still technically below 50.0. So the reason why I say 50 is because this is the gauge of how these things are measured. So when you click on the folder, first of all, what is ISM? What is it? It comes from the Institute for Supply Management. So when you've seen ISM, you got to know what this is. It's supply management. Level of diffusion index based on surveyed purchasing managers in the manufacturing industry. So this is regarding purchasing managers in the manufacturing industry. It is a time of tariffs globally around the world. So tariffs can affect these numbers. Actual greater than forecast is good for the US dollar because this is regarding the US manufacturing. It's released monthly on the first business day after each month ends. So today is that day. Next time we'll talk about this US ISM is in 1 month from now on November the 3rd. Okay. So the reason why I say 50 is an important gauge. It's because this is how it determines whether the industry is expanding or contracting. So above 50, it's kind of anything above 50.0 indicates that the manufacturing industry is expanding. It's indicating that it's growing. That's good for the US dollar. If we see the US industry and manufacturing industry expanding, it can therefore tell us that the economy is doing good. They're taking orders in, good to stimulate the US dollar. We should see a strong US dollar. If it's above 50, okay, that's just a gauge. However, if it's below 50.0, it indicates contraction in the manufacturing industry. It indicates that it's getting smaller. It indicates that it's shrinking. So that's not good for the US dollar, okay? And then you can see that the forecast, what they're looking at is previous was 48.7. So coming from the previous month of September, it was below 50. It indicated a contracting manufacturing industry, shrinking. And now they're forecasting a little bit above the previous month, which indicates that the economy is getting better. The manufacturing industry is getting better, but however, their forecast is still below 50, the gauge. So we got to see what this actual number is that comes out, okay? And why do we care about this? Because it's a leading indicator of economic health. Businesses react quickly to market conditions, and their purchasing managers hold perhaps the most current and relevant insight into the company's view of the economy. Okay. Okay, so we got that. That's going to be coming out right at the end of our call, like right at 10 a.m. Then you can see that there's ISM manufacturing PMI, ISM manufacturing prices we'll see. There's also going to be a construction spending month-over-month forecast. And then if you're continuing to trade throughout the day, also Wednesday, guys, regarding crude oil, all of our oil traders, make sure this is becoming automatic. Every Wednesday at this time, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, we have our U.S. crude oil inventories. So this directly impacts supply and demand of crude oil coming out of the U.S. So we want to know, if we're a crude oil trader, what these numbers are, what they represent. Okay, so this is going to become a weekly folder that you're going to follow. Then later on today, we've got some FOMC speakers. We have member Goolsby speaking, member Barkin speaking throughout the day. We've got market close after hours earnings, if there is anything. We move into the Australia, Sydney, Tokyo sessions over here. New Zealand sessions, and regarding China, the banks are closed for a bank holiday in China. Okay, so hopefully everyone has got that good understanding of our news today. You guys are asking right now about this one. U.S. government shutdown begins as nation faces a new period of uncertainty. So remember, anytime there's uncertainty in the market, what do we always talk about? Then the liquidity could flock to safe haven securities. What's a good safe haven security in times of uncertainty? Gold. Gold. You could probably see gold appreciating in price as more investors, traders start to buy gold. And when they're buying gold, they're probably selling fiat currencies, not just US dollar. They could be selling the Canadian dollar. They could be selling the pound. They could be selling the euro. They could be selling the Japanese yen. They could be selling the New Zealand dollar, because fiat currency could start to depreciate in value, and more money could be going into solid assets like a precious metal, gold, silver, copper, just to name a few. Hopefully some goes into crypto, into Bitcoin as well. Maybe we'll see a good push on crypto coming up soon, okay? So regarding this article, this just happened after midnight tonight, so this might be news for some of you guys just waking up right now. But U.S. government shutdown begins as nation faces a new period of uncertainty. How long will this last? I don't know. When was the last time we've seen this? Let's read a little bit of article and get familiar with what's going on. So this is AP, this news article. It's Washington has plunged into a government shutdown. The U.S. is confronting a fresh cycle of uncertainty after President Donald Trump and Congress failed to strike an agreement to keep the government programs and services running by Wednesday's deadline. Okay, so roughly 750,000 federal workers, so that's almost 1 million federal workers, are expected to be furloughed, some potentially fired by the Trump administration. Many offices will be shuttered, perhaps permanently, as Trump vows to do things that are irreversible, that are bad as retribution. His deportation agenda is expected to run full speed ahead, while education, environmental, and other services sputter. The economic fallout is expected to ripple nationwide. We don't want to shut down, Trump said at the White House before the midnight deadline, but the president, who met privately with congressional leadership this week, appeared unable to negotiate any deal between Democrats and Republicans to prevent that outcome. This is the third time Trump has presided over a federal funding lapse, the first since his return to the White House this year, in a remarkable record that underscores the polarizing divide over budget priorities and a political climate that rewards hardline positions rather than traditional compromises. So plenty of blame is being thrown around. Okay, I'm not going to read all of this, but they're blaming both sides for this. That's why they can't reach an agreement. So how long will this last? We don't know. Hopefully not long. So what could happen here? Economic fallout expected to ripple nationwide. An economic jolt could be felt in a matter of days. The government is expected Friday to produce its monthly jobs report, the NFP, non-farm payroll, which may or may not be delivered. So guys, please understand this. Let me reread this, okay? Because some of you guys are always not paying attention to this. All you guys are asking, do we buy gold? Do we sell gold? Listen to what I'm saying, guys, okay? Please, you got to read your economic forecast. You got to read your news. This will impact whatever security you are trading right now, tomorrow, Friday, next week, next month, if this continues to drag on. So let me read this again. The government is expected Friday to produce its monthly jobs report. That's the big NFP, the first Friday of every month. We are just started October right now, but this now the government is shut down currently. So this may or may not be delivered on Friday. Just so you guys know, we do have our live NFP, but nothing might come out. Okay, so we have to understand that. I don't know. Some of you guys are going to ask me, Ron, is it going to come out? I don't know. I'm reading it right now, this article. While the financial markets have generally shrugged during past shutdowns, according to Goldman Sachs analysis, this one could be different partly because there are no signs of broader negotiations right now. Both sides are very stubborn and, there's no negotiations currently because this could have been resolved all this week. So it's kind of shut down right now. Okay, so what else we got here real quick? Okay, so what's staying open and shutting down? So this is good to understand which industries could be impacted, what sectors could be impacted. If you are trading the stock market, maybe this could you could start to now do some analysis on which securities you could be looking at to trade in this time. So the Medicare and Medicaid health care programs are expected to continue, though staffing shortages could mean delays for some services. The Pentagon would still function, and most employees will still be on the job of the Department of Homeland Security. But Trump has warned that the administration could focus on programs that are important to Democrats, cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they don't like. Okay. So that is happening right now. Gold is choppy right now. Okay, but if the gold is choppy right now, then again, just relax, let it accumulate, let it be choppy, and wait for a better move, okay? So that's government shutdown, guys. Hopefully we do just understand a little bit about it, okay? We've gone through this in the past. You can review past US government shutdowns, how markets have traded after that. Earnings, guys, okay, real quick, pre-market earnings. Some earnings have been released. You have Acuity, Resolve, Conagra, and guys, these are not big names, so I wouldn't be too concerned with these earnings. After hours today, there's no report in the after hours today. So earnings-wise today, not a big significant anything going on right now, okay? Just again, the U.S. government has entered its first shutdown in 7 years. So if you were wondering, when was the last time U.S. government had a shutdown like this to review? You can go back now, look 7 years back in 2018, and you can probably start to see how gold was trading with. This is where you can back test. You can see how long did the previous U.S. government shutdown last? How did it impact Dow Jones? How did it impact NASDAQ, gold? Anything that you're trading, this is where you could do a little bit of back testing, okay? Billions of dollars in lost output are at risk after lawmakers fail to reach a spending deal. Here's another article if you want to read it. U.S. stock futures sink as U.S. begins the stoppage. Okay. Here's another good article to read, how government shutdown will affect your money. So you can see all of these articles are regarding pretty much today's government shutdown. There's other news, Tesla, Nvidia in the news. Nike stock rises after sales beat amid tariffs headwinds. So Nike had their earnings this week too. We talked about that earlier on Monday. Epic Games says Apple's new install process cuts user drop off by 60%. US takes 5% stake in Lithium Americas. Stocks spikes. So lots going on here. Wow. So very, very busy in the markets with news. And then if we look right now in the futures markets, you can see normally when we're doing this, I'm always saying the markets are flat. They're, you know, they're up just 0.1%, down 0.1, maybe 0%. You can see that there's a little bit more volatility today. The S&P futures negative 0.6%, Dow futures negative 0.5%, and NASDAQ tech negative 0.65% currently. Well, this could turn green while we get into Wall Street, or it could go further down into red. Okay, so guys, just again, there is a little bit of volatility, so this is where you gotta start, you know, thinking about how much you're gonna risk today and things like that. Okay, this is our free Telegram channel. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube channel. Thank you guys, everyone on YouTube. We do appreciate you guys, as we appreciate and love everyone on Zoom. But there is a free Telegram link pinned at the top of the YouTube channel, and it's got a lot of good free stuff available for you guys. Basically showing what we do here at SST. So here's the Scalper Pro right here on gold. You know, see how it kind of came in, caught this nice little development of this accumulation right around here, around 3,860, and the beautiful move on the 5 minutes coming out of there, moving up to 893. So Scalper Pro, there is promos, but also regarding this, I want to read this. Okay, so I'll make this into a blog after today's call. I didn't have time to do this. But the U.S. government shutdown occurs when Congress fails to pass sufficient funding legislation, or the president does not sign it, resulting in the closure of non-essential federal operations. This typically happens at the end of the fiscal year when appropriations bills are not enacted. Essential services like national security and public safety continue to operate. So the reason why this happened at midnight was because the U.S. budget kind of works on a 1 year forecast from October 1st to September 30th of next year. So you can see September 30th was last night prior to midnight. That was the deadline to reach an agreement for the budget for the entire year going forward. There was no agreement. That's why the government is shut down right now. So this is like a yearly kind of fiscal year, how it operates. So it just didn't happen by chance that it was happened to, like today. It was, they had an entire year to figure this out, and last night was the deadline right at midnight, prior to midnight. So impact on financial markets, market volatility. Government shutdowns often introduce uncertainty, leading to increased market volatility. Investors may become cautious, causing fluctuations in security prices. For example, during the 2013 shutdown, I don't know if any of you guys remember this, but if you guys are a little older, maybe you guys do remember this. There was one in 2013. The S&P 500 experienced volatility through overall market decline was moderate. Okay. Investor sentiment. Prolonged shutdowns can impact investor confidence as they raise concerns about political dysfunction and its implications by economic growth. A lack of resolution may lead to decreased consumer and business confidence. Okay. Number 3, delay in economic data. I was just speaking about our NFP, our non-farm payroll. It's supposed to be released 8:30 a.m. on Friday. It's a high impact event. Happens once every month. But this could be delayed now or not released due to this government shutdown. Agencies that provide vital economic data, such as the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, may halt operations, delaying important reports like unemployment figures, this Friday NFP. This absence of data can create uncertainties for traders and policy decisions, okay? So does this make sense, guys? That there could be no NFP this week, right? So you don't want to trade like too crazy, you know, going into this until something is resolved and we have a little bit more information. Because right now, everything is up in the air right now, okay? So we don't know how markets are going to react. So just, again, trade with caution through these times right now. I'm trying to give you guys a heads up so you guys don't do anything silly right now. Bond market reactions. Treasuries might experience varying demand dynamics. While some investors may seek the relative safety of government bonds, others may worry about delayed interest payments affecting treasury yields. So, even if some investors are flocking to buy US Treasury bonds, when you make some interest on these and you're supposed to be paid out, interest payments might be affected by government shutdown. So this is not appealing to investors to come into US Treasury bonds as well. So we've got to factor in everything. Number 5, sector-specific impacts. Certain sectors reliant on government contracts or approvals, such as defense contractors or healthcare providers, may face revenue disruptions impacting their stock performance. One big healthcare provider is, we were talking about Medicaid and in the United States, and United Health is one of the biggest insurance providers for medical in the US, and UNH, United Health, is a big component of Dow Jones. It represents basically 10% of the entire index is United Health. A lot of us Dow traders follow United Health. So right now, this United Health could be impacted by this government shutdown, therefore impacting US30, therefore impacting everything that is comprised with healthcare provider, defense contractors could be affected by this, all of this. So things to consider, guys. Bigger picture, okay? I know everyone wants to just get into the trading and just start scalping the markets, but you do have to understand the broader impact, not just for scalping for the next 5 minutes, about how this can impact the entire week of trading, how it can impact maybe, what if this is going on for 2 weeks? What if it's going on for a month? Do you see how it could impact the markets every single day that this is prolonged? Okay, so just some tips for us as traders and investors in this time with when U.S. governments are shut down. Diversification, okay? So maintain a diversified portfolio to mitigate risks associated with sector-specific impacts. Diversification can help cushion against volatility in any single asset class. So what I mean by this is if you have a portfolio and maybe you have some investments, you don't want to be all in healthcare right now, because if healthcare takes a dip, then your entire portfolio goes down. So this is where you want to diversify a little bit. You don't want to be all in on defense contracts right now, because if that goes down, so you want to move a little bit out into securities that are more safe. That's all about diversifying. Don't keep all your eggs in one basket, because if that goes down, your entire portfolio goes down. So diversification should be used at all times, not just during this time, right? You want to have a well-diverse portfolio if you are looking to invest, okay? Monitoring developments. Stay informed about developments in Washington, D.C., as news regarding negotiations can significantly affect market sentiment and decision making. So keep an eye on your daily news. As I'm speaking, they might come to some sort of agreement and governments are back up and operating while I'm reading this article. So we want to know about that. I've got financial juice right over here. Any breaking news will let us know. But same with you guys. After this call, you guys got to monitor, monitor the economic news, right? So you're well informed. Number 3, focus on fundamentals. Despite short-term volatility, long-term investors should focus on fundamental analysis rather than making decisions based solely on market reactions to political events. Opportunities in volatility. Traders with a higher risk tolerance might explore opportunities arising from volatility, such as options trading strategies or short-term trades, while exercising caution due to potential rapid price movement. So a lot of option traders are looking at the option market to maybe go long on some certain securities in a situation like this, or maybe to short securities like this. So that's where you can utilize an option chain to look for puts or calls, depending if you're long or short on certain sector, certain securities. This is when you got to start doing research. So we were talking about what sectors could be affected by a U.S. government shutdown. Healthcare. So this would start me right now with my analysis at maybe developing a watch list of healthcare securities and looking at the technicals, how they're trading. Are they already at some resistance levels? Are they at demand levels? Is this something I want to look to short or go long on? So this is how you got to come up with some sort of plan if you're looking to trade options, right? Just like with any other plan that we do, like a top-down analysis when we're trading intraday in the markets, okay? Liquidity management, and ensure sufficient liquidity in your portfolio to withstand short-term market downturns without needing to liquidate holdings or unfavorable prices. So in certain times like this is why it's advisable to have dry powder. Dry powder meaning you've got some money set aside in your trading account for situations like this. If you're long on a security and it starts going down in a situation like this, maybe you don't panic and sell it. You could add another position and dollar cost average down and hold it. If it's an investment, you're not looking just to scalp it for the next 5 minutes. This could be a hold for 5 years. So it might give you an opportunity if you are in a sound security and maybe it's affected by today's government shutdown, but it could allow you, if it's still a sound security, might get a discount on it and can add some more shares by dollar cost averaging. Okay, so there's a different type of strategies that investors use in situations like this, but it's good to have some cash set aside. We call it in trading dry powder for situations like this. You don't want to go all in, because then you have nothing to, if your security drops in price, then you have no cash available to dollar cost average in. So you should always, this should be a rule of thumb for everybody, always have a little bit of cash set aside in the cash account ready in situations like this. Okay, that's why it's not favorable to go all in. Don't put your chips all in your account or securities. Keep some dry powder just in case. Okay. Consultation with financial advisors. During uncertain times, consulting with financial advisors can provide personalized strategies aligned with your risk tolerance and investment goals. So anything regarding investment or strategies, again, speak with a licensed financial advisor at your local banks or financial institutions. Here at SST, we're not financial advisors. We're just here to educate and offer insights, but we're not financial advisors. Okay, so don't ask me any financial investment. I'm not your financial advisor, nor would I want to be. I'm just here to help you guys educate and give you some personal experiences that I can share with you guys. Okay, but I'm not a financial advisor here. Okay, so everything you do is at your own risk. We're all adults here. That's why we want to offer education, so that the more you know, the better. Okay. In summary, while U.S. government shutdowns can disrupt financial markets and create temporary volatility, adopting a strategic approach focused on diversification, staying informed, and maintaining a long-term perspective can help traders and investors navigate these challenges effectively. Okay, so hopefully with that, we've got a little bit better understanding of what a U.S. government shutdown, what it affects, how long it can go for, and we'll see if Friday NFP is going to be released or not. Okay, so are we good on that? Can I get everyone to just give me a thumbs up on YouTube, on Zoom? Just a thumbs up. Let me know that you guys understand now what a government shutdown is. Okay, this was a little throwback that we put on. This was SST trading back in the day, US30. You can see it was trading at 34,000 back in September 20th. This was all one day, September 20th. All of these trades back in 2021. So this was to show you guys that 10 pips can change your life. Like, these are all 10 pip moves from like 15 to 24, 9 pips. From right here, from 14 pips. This was small, 1 pip, maybe in a trade and just closed it out, or break evens, can get hit. But there's 10 pips, 12.5 pips, 15 pips, 18 pips. They add up, guys. Pips add up. And when you do have, I know this is with a standard lot, but when you do have an account size with compounding, you may get it to the point where you can trade with these type of sizing, and 10, 15 pips could be a daily goal. In this day, $1,200 US by taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12 scalps, okay? And just looking for 10 pips. Nothing crazy, not 30 pips, not 50 pips, not 100. Just some small, get in, 1 candle, get that volume, get in, get out, So just to show you guys. I like showing throwbacks of what we've been doing since day one, since we started here. This was Dave, guys, doing the jolts post New York yesterday. I apologize, guys. I had to miss yesterday's call. We had an emergency at the hospital. Like, it was a real emergency, guys. So I apologize for yesterday. I didn't even have time to even write a message and to let you guys know that I couldn't make it. So I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk more about trading right now. So Dave came in, did a post New York, amazing, good buy area, and Snipers did a very good job on the Zoom. Congratulations. Beautiful move coming out of the post New York with Dave. So Snipers doing really well. And guys, our trade ideas signals, if you do need a little help in your markets, these are not just to trade alone blindly. It's to help you guys with your analysis, see maybe levels that we are looking at, maybe it's as confluence with your levels, and maybe give you a little bit more confidence that we're looking for buys or we're looking for sells, maybe at your levels as well, okay? So thanks, guys. So let's get started. And that free Telegram channel is pinned at the top of the YouTube, available for you guys, okay? In our Discord, so what I was just talking about, indices yesterday, we sent a few signals. Here was long on US30 at 46,150, hit approximately 150 pips. So you can see this 150 area held solid static support. It came in, look at all the wicks kind of get bouncing off of this one more time, and then it started to close above the resistance, break of structure, BOS for some of you traders, and then it kind of pulled back and continued to take out highs for a nice little move there. Beautiful bounce, okay? When volume cooperates, it trades nice. Do you guys remember, what day was it? I missed Tuesday, Monday morning with that 6-hour session. That was a rough session for all of us. Sometimes we get caught in choppy trading volume. Sometimes we get breakout trending volume. It's all what the market presents us. This was gold, guys. We're looking for buy opportunities above 38.63. You can see kind of just hung around there, came back down. They took out the liquidity, came back up. But this is to give you guys a static level. Like, you can continue to monitor this level throughout the day. So it came back up, there it closed. Now we can see the resistance. As it came back down, did it come back down for that double bottom? There's the higher low double bottom. There's the block right there. You can draw a little green box. That's what I would do, and extend it into the future. And then I can see it kind of pushes back up. So that's that higher low hint that it's not coming down to the double bottom. It's producing the depth of market. It's getting bigger. And then we get that move that we were originally looking for and continue to break out. So kind of shows you a good indication of where you should be looking for possible buys at that location with discretion. You got to also use discretion. It's not buy blindly. You got to watch volume. Did it close above? Did it retest? Did it come back? All of these things, okay? And Ethereum and Bitcoin, some crypto signals sent out, okay? So if you need those type of signals, we do have them available. Anything education-wise with myself and Dave is available through courses. Mike, Best Mike, I was just talking with you in the Discord. You were asking about that symmetrical triangle. I wrote to you in there defining what a symmetrical triangle is. It has a probability of breaking out to the upside and the downside because it's symmetrical. It is descending from the top. That's what creates that. If it was a flat top and it was going down, that's a descending triangle. It has a higher probability of breaking down to the downside. But with symmetrical triangle, it could go either ways. But the example you showed has that bullish rally. So I know it's kind of like it could go either way, but I would just give a little bit higher probability that it could break out to the upside of that rally. But we do have multiple tutorials, courses in here describing all of those patterns. They're all available for you guys. I did long form webinars as well with those. You can find them in here. And breaking all of those things down. Okay, so everything basically is at your fingertips here, guys, regarding technicals, fundamentals, price action, anything, psychology of trading. It's available for you guys here. Later tonight, everyone on Zoom, I'm going to come in 7 p.m., maybe 90 minutes, 2 hours maximum. I want to make sure that we go back to school, this class that we missed, Trading View Toolbox and Indicators. We're going to learn a little bit more about that. It will be recorded and uploaded to the website if you can't make it. But we want to learn about our tools, how to, which are good tools to use, and just get a better understanding of how to use them, okay? And this is our free blog available for everybody right here. Just Guys, there's good related articles. Normally, that government shutdown article that I just read, I normally would have been in a blog. I didn't have time to do it, so I will do it after, and you'll see there will be a U.S. government blog here. But everything is available for all of you guys, okay? I'm ready to go, so if you guys can like the channel, subscribe to it. If you haven't, we're above 86,000. Thank you very much to all of our subscribers. Our goal is to get this to 100,000 and continue growing and helping as many traders around the world as possible with learning a financial education and hopefully changing your life for the better, okay? So we appreciate everyone. If you want to learn every single day, subscribe to the channel. If not, you know, don't subscribe. I don't care. Can't force everybody, but it would be nice if you do subscribe. I went in the analytics and I can't believe how many of you come on here every single day and don't hit that subscribe button. We can see through analytics, and I don't understand why, but it's all good. Okay, so we're gonna do gold now, okay? So for all of you guys that were impatient saying, Ron, gold, 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 while I was reading, going through all of the news, now we're gonna do some analysis. And again, analysis. We're gonna do top down. We're gonna start from the daily and work our way down. I know some of you guys got ants in your pants and asking me, Ron, do I buy this blue candle right now or should I sell it? I don't know. Well, I want to do a thorough analysis and know how this thing was moving yesterday, how it moved today, how it moved last week. Are we at any critical points of interest on the daily where we're trading right now, or are we just trading in no man's land right here? So that's what we got to do here, okay? So everybody, if you're ready, let's have some fun. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, Conrad. Tobogo, good morning. Lukeman, Mikey, welcome. Ferdinand, good morning, guys. Carla, good morning. Thanks for everyone for joining. Zanetta, those folks are tired. They wanted a shutdown just to take a break and take, yeah, probably, who knows. Yeah, a lot of them just walked off their jobs. Wow. So yeah, I don't know about any of that, but you know, your insights are valuable to let us know what's going on. DCY, good morning. So welcome, guys. Sergio, good morning. Zizi, welcome. Mike, good morning. Okay, and everyone on YouTube, again, we appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for joining as well. You guys are snipers as well. It's me, John. Welcome. You're the first one. Magnet Show, welcome. Jasan, welcome. Thank you guys for joining. Wholesome Key, welcome. Good morning, guys. Okay, Sanity, good morning. Welcome. Okay, so let's get into this. Do you guys mind if I have a little sip of coffee? Tim Hortons brought these old school retro cups back. If you see, these were back like from the early 1980s, 1990s. These are those throwback cups. So this reminds me when I was drinking a hot chocolate when I was like 10 years old. These cups right here. The coffee still tastes the same. Okay, so let's get on with gold. Let's start on the daily. And if Tim Hortons is out there, we would love to be sponsored by Tim Hortons Coffee. We'll plug you every single day. I'm giving you free plugs right now, but you don't even give us a free coffee. So Tim Hortons, if you're out there, to be sponsored on this channel, we would love it. It requires 1 medium regular coffee per day and a box of 20 Timbits for myself. And that's all we need for a full sponsorship from Tim Hortons. If you're out there, Tim Hortons, we're Canadian. We would love some coffee over here. Okay, guys. So let's figure out what's going on with gold. Okay. Are you surprised where it's trading at 3,900? Are you surprised about how gold is continuing to break out? Small pullbacks. No sellers have been able to close it with conviction, create double tops, nothing. They're small little pullbacks and they're continuing to drive, okay? Again, looking at your RSI indicator, how long has gold been overbought? The entire month of September. There's September 1st. We're now in October 1st, and the RSI is even higher, okay? So this is why you don't necessarily want to always use this indicator, because it gives a lot of false signals. I know it's overbought. It's been overbought for over a month. I told you guys prior, before on some calls, I've seen gold overbought for multiple months and years before it even retraced down. This is back in the day, where some of you guys weren't even born to know this. That's how old we are. So we've seen this before. But you got to also understand this RSI indicator is indicating it is overbought above 70. But another failed like education that they don't teach us with RSI is that anything above 70 up to 100 is an area of strength. Okay, I know it's overbought. We can see it on the candlesticks, but it also indicates strength. This is where a lot of buyers are. You know, so for sellers to bring it down, they have to really close it down with conviction, because this is in an area of a lot of strength where buyers are buying the dips because gold is continuing to drive higher and higher and higher and higher. Okay, so that's what you got to know about that indicator. Okay, so that's what we'll be talking about later today in that webinar, tools and indicators. We'll talk a little bit about that. So I hope you guys can join our webinar later this evening. If you can't on Zoom, guys, don't worry. It will be uploaded on the website, okay? So this was a prior all-time high right here, April 22nd, 3,500. There it is going across. Now this is a point of interest on the daily. Okay, so I'm just going to make it a little thicker so we can all see this. 3,500 too, okay? I'm not just guessing. I'm looking at that wick of that candle, the previous all-time high, and now I can see volume close above. I can even see a little fair value gap right above 3,500. So if it ever comes back down to 3,500, that might be a great opportunity to buy gold at 3,500, okay? And you guys, fair value traders, see the yellow line now? That's a point of interest. You see that wick right there on September the 4th, and you see that wick right there on September the 1st. That's what we call fair value discount zone. You guys call it FVG, right? Same shit anyone calls it. I call it a zone. You can call it whatever you want. But you see how I now recognized it? And you see how the yellow line now is representing 50% of that zone? It's not just by chance, okay? We explained this the other week. Hopefully you guys are understanding that. So do you guys know how to analyze that and stretch this zone into the future, okay? You can even place, right-click, an alert in there. If gold ever comes back down to 3,500, that could provide a buying opportunity on all time frames for yourself, okay? So what I mean is, if gold comes all the way back in there, it could bounce right back out of there. It could come back down and be a double bottom in there and bounce. Second leg is the stronger leg, and there's your resistance, there's your double breakout, like you're continuing with your second stronger leg, okay? It could just bounce off of there and then be a lower high here, and then comes down and then breaks there. And the sellers are stronger, and then if they push it down there and close it below there, that could be just changed to a red zone, inverted block, turns to offering and sellers, and then they reject that, and then we're pushing down. And then you can see it came down, came back up, it tried lower high, and then broke below, lower low, break of structure, came back to retest, confirm. Now it's an area of supply. You flip the zone, more sellers are there, and then they redistribute to the downside, okay? You understand that a lot of trades can be at this area, okay? And you're probably saying, why is this guy talking about this? Because we're nowhere near here. Because I'll find the same zone up here, I'll find another zone up here, I'll find another zone up here. But you got to know how to identify these, okay? That's why I'm spending time on this. Like, we can identify more down here, but we've already dissected this area since the start of April. Like, go back and watch every single one of our live videos. We've determined that this area was a supply zone, and we did it pretty accurately. It started with these two bodies. We did it red right here, and we told you guys, advise you guys, stretch it into the future and stretch it into the future, and you can see the fake outs, and we can talk about the days that they faked out. A lot of them were Friday and weekend Mondays. A lot of them were the Tuesday, Wednesday, midweek reversals. You can see how they faked out the market. That was supply. Finally, we closed above it right there, August 29. That's when now you can flip that zone green, again, stretch it into the future, and then you've got a bigger block below you, below this one, okay? So if this one can't hold up, I promise you the one down here will possibly hold up. Bigger buyers will be there. Look at the psychological number, 3,400, right where I placed that yellow line, right in the middle of that zone, okay? So let's work our way up now, okay? So we got to figure out, we are moving all-time highs. It's out of control gold right now, but if we ever pull back, where our pullback buy locations or where our buyers waiting, okay? So one location we talked about was this little tiny flag right here. You can see how the bodies of volume kind of concentrated in the zone, and you can see how it's still held up. There was the push. Look at the retest, came right back in, and then there's the next leg up. So this little tiny zone, you can stretch that into the future. You could also, do what I'm doing. Place a yellow point of interest right at 50% and add an alert. You see how each one of these, I'm adding an alert here? So, first thing is, if we come back, before we get all the way down into there, maybe it's got to come and retest this. Maybe it will bounce off and go back up, okay? Maybe this will be the one where it just makes an initial bounce. Offers are getting pushed down as this market is coming down, and then it comes back down to test here. Again, see how I'm repeating myself over and over? Because I want you guys to understand this. Will this be the double bottom? Double bottom, traditionally stronger leg to continue to move back up. However, if this leg is not a double bottom and then it breaks below, is it just a break and a liquidity grab and then it comes back up and closes here? Then it's still a good green zone, but I see that they broke the structure, they grabbed the liquidity, they came back up and closed it. Then maybe it's got to come back, and then there you go. And then that's now an inverted head and shoulder. There's your left shoulder, right shoulder. Your inverted head is the liquidity grab, and then the right shoulder is confirming that it's still indeed the demand zone, and then that's your next leg up, okay? Also, it could break down right there, and as it's breaking down, maybe maybe it's a close, not an impulse wick and go back up. Maybe the body is actually bearish and closes below there. If that's the case, I go green to red. Again, I just go through my motions. As it's coming right back up, maybe for the retest, I give more emphasis on sellers, and maybe I can sell down at that block, back down to this block, right? And then will it bounce there, or will it go down to the bigger block? Then when it gets, that could be the big move up, okay? You see how we move in levels, we move in blocks, we move from one zone to the next zone, okay? And you can see at these zones, most of the volume, the points of control, the trading volume profile, the nodes, higher volume is trading at these levels as opposed to the lowest points or the highest points. Okay, that's where majority of traders are pending and waiting in the markets. Those are those disciplined, patient traders. Some of us are striving to be those disciplined, patient traders. I'm telling you where you got to be disciplined to wait for pullbacks. Here's another one. Now let's follow. It bounced off there, continue. Here's consolidation, bullish, bearish, bullish, came back down, bullish. So right there, let's box that zone in right there, okay? You guys understand what I'm doing here now? So hopefully you can follow with me. I'm looking at some bodies right there, exactly. See how I trapped that blue body, that black body, and that blue body? Extending across, that's my zone, okay? I've determined that zone right now by that size. Some traders are getting very complicated. Ron, why is your zone this big? Why is it not this big? Why is it not like there? Why didn't you put it there? Why didn't you put it at this wick? Why didn't you do that? Okay? I guarantee you all of you guys probably have these questions. But again, I explain to you the way how I do it, okay? So I know it might not be the fancy way of how your other mentors are teaching you how to do this. I am teaching you the way how I do this, okay? So I personally am telling you the way how I do this. If there's any questions that you have, I can explain it to you right now because this is the way how I do it, okay? I've explained to you guys the importance of wicks and the importance of bodies. Real bodies of volume, critical body of volume, opening and closing balance. If you haven't learned this with me and you've been on this call for more than a month, 2 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, then we got to ask questions. Why are you not understanding the way how I do this? Okay, so I'm going to go through this again to make sure everyone is on the same page. Do you guys understand that I just looked at this blue candle and that black candle right there? Look at the opening balance. I could have taken it all the way up to the highest point and I could go all the way down. I could do it like this too, but that's called a range. Okay, so now you've got the entire range, and that could be your zone going across. You've got the entire range. If you do it like this, you are correct in yourself doing it like this. You can, but I try to the best of my ability to get the volume, okay, as consolidated as possible, okay? So you see now how I'm bringing it up to those bodies, okay? And see how the volume, I see impulse moves coming out of here, but no volume closed. The volume was very concentrated. And this is 1 day of trading, entire day. This is not a 5-minute candle. This is an entire day. So The volume was concentrated 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days before it broke out on the 5th day for a specific reason. The market was accumulating gold, and it's a bullish flag pattern, has a high probability of continuing to go back up. There's your ignited bullish bar on Monday to start the week, and it shows you how strong it broke out of here, okay? So with this zone now, so this is where someone asked me, Ron, once you determine the zone, you guys understand, please guys, I need to know that you guys know this, okay? I don't know how much longer we're going to be on YouTube. As long as YouTube keeps us here, we're here. But when you're giving this type of stuff away, they don't like this, okay? I'm telling you the honest truth. They do not like this. They'll find every way to censor us, and then they start to say Ron is using bad words and swear words and this and that, okay? So stretch this across into the future, okay? My daughter is 9 years old. I'm teaching her how to do this. If you're 20 years old, if you're 30 years old, if you're 50 years old, and you're 80 or you're 100 years old, you guys can do this if my 9-year-old daughter can do this. Stretched it into the zone. She has figured out the volume, stretch it into the zone. The other thing that I do is, right at 50%, I put, again, a yellow line. Why? It's telling me that that's the point of control of that volume in that zone. Does that make sense, guys? Right-click it, add an alert, okay? The alert means that it will alert you when the volume comes in here. A lot of traders are getting a misunderstanding that when you place an alert in a zone, it means you buy or sell blindly. That's not what this is for, okay? This is for if the sellers bring it down, back down into the zone, I want to be alerted to watch and be disciplined and look for a potential trade set up in the zone. It has a high probability that you see this big day that moved up, continued. There's a lot of traders that don't want to buy the all-time high of gold. They don't want to FOMO trade, fear of missing out. You know, when you want to buy up there, there is traders that are waiting patiently, miss this big breakout, and they want that discount pullback right back in that zone and to take it back up, okay? And then when we look at psychological numbers, 3,748. You're $2 off of that 3,750 psychological transacting area. Remember, the markets like efficiency at whole psychological numbers. That is a whole psychological number. When we come into this zone, not so much, 36.32. I would be more at the lower side at 36.25. So that's where maybe I would wait for it to dip back down to the lowest point. You know, this is me now manipulating my own zones. This 3,500 flat, perfect one. 3,400 flat down here, perfect zone, right? When we're dissecting all-time highs right now, see where we just came up to? 38.95. We're $5 short of 3,900. I'm pretty sure that maybe they're going to hit 3,900 with today's daily volume. However, they could pin it below 3,900. But the next psychological zone is 4,000. Like, you got to understand, markets move with psychology as well, okay? So that zone is now identified. Now what we got to do is continue to dissect what we got going on. Look at this big bullish ignited candle starting Monday on gold. Bullish, bullish, took out this wick, took out that wick, took out that wick. Look, it closed right near the high, okay? So these are those candles that open strong right at the start. So this could be a 5-minute candle. This, in fact, is a daily candle. It opened ignited. Buyers kept asking to trade up here, asking. I'm sure that there was wicks on lower time frames that pushed it down, but buyers kept buying and buying and buying and buying. And look at where the wick is. It is right basically at the close at the highest point. This is called a Marabuzo candle in Japanese. I'm not Japanese, I'm Albanian. And I don't even know what Marabuzo means, but I know that this candle is full of buying volume. When you look at the delta of that, that is all buyers. They engulfed all of the sellers. What is the probability that this thing is going to continue to go higher than this wick? You guys tell me in numbers. 10%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 90%, 100%. If you saw just this blue candle like that, what is the probability that you think the next bar opening will break this and go for a new high? What do you guys think? Honestly, tell me the numbers. It's not a trick question. It's just by 90%, Githan? Okay, why do you say 90? Some of you guys 75. Some of you guys 80. Why do you guys, like, are you guys just throwing a number out of the hat, or do you guys actually have some analytics behind that? Why do you say 90%? Why do some of you say 50%, 100%? Wow, okay. I would be leaning towards the side of like 90% because look, the volume closed right at that highest point, okay? So the next bar, I would say, has a 90% probability of continuing to break that and continue to go upwards. But you see how this candle opened, okay? This is where manipulation happens in markets, okay? Look at how that candle, if you look at how much, like if you measure that in points or ticks or pips or whatever, that candle was 750 pips, okay? And look at there was only like a 10 pip drawdown, right? So we're closing at the highest point. So look at, this is where I ask myself, how did Tuesday open and not even just take out that little tiny wick to break to the upside? That's when I'm scratching my head and saying there's no way possible, no mathematical way that all of this momentum on that daily candle closed right there with that tiny wick, and it opened and it didn't have enough volume or follow through to just fill that tiny wick and fill. So this was a bearish ignited candle. When? Yesterday. Unfortunately, guys, I didn't trade with you guys yesterday, but did you guys pick up on this? Did you guys see this? Did you guys mark the close right there and the opening? 3,832. This candle opened bearish. So when that happens, there's got to be some sort of market manipulation. Okay, that's why I tell you it's very important to understand the opening price of a bar and the closing price of a bar. I'll say it in other words, the opening price of a candle and the closing price of a candle. Okay, so you got to understand what that means. And that's why sometimes when I'm looking at volume, I look at the critical opening balance and the closing. This candle opened bearish and it was black yesterday. It came down black, 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 bearish, 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 and stopped right there, 3792, okay? So let's mark that point of interest. That was yesterday's lowest point right there, okay? I use a yellow line when I'm looking at points of interest on the daily, okay? So please, guys, follow what I'm doing, okay? If you don't, I'm trying to teach you guys. This is the way how you can do this, okay? Now, look how it came down yesterday. Just by eyeballing that body of volume, does it look like it came in that pocket of control of yesterday's bullish volume? You guys tell me, yes or no? Yes or no? If you're just looking at this yesterday's volume, opening, closing price, where do you think the middle is? Right? Look at the pullback yesterday. Okay, how many of you guys did this? Look how easy this is. Okay, grab your Fibonacci tool right here. We're going to learn all about this tool in tonight's webinar. From the opening balance, bullish, bullish, bullish. See how I'm dragging it up? Bullish, 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 bullish. I'm going to the closing price. You guys see what I just did there? Okay. Now I can see exactly 50% of yesterday's volume is 3,796. Okay. So I can now move, if I want, my cut line, and I can cut it exactly right at 0.5. Right there, 3795. Now the bullish point of control is your ratio one line above, your ratio one line below. It's either the 618 or the 382, or if you have them flipped and reversed, it's either the 382 or the 618. Regardless, don't get too caught up on the numbers. Know the zone. There's your zone. You guys understand how I do that? I found the meat of the candle. If this was a hamburger, this big candle was a hamburger, there's your hamburger bun, the bread on the top, there's your bread on the bottom. There's the meat of the hamburger right there with a little bit of cheese on it with some lettuce, tomato, and onions right there, okay? That's your hamburger. When you get the hamburger meat, we stretch it across into the future. Why? Why do we stretch the hamburger meat in the future? It's so we can eat at another time. Okay, you guys understand my analogy with hamburgers? Okay, so that point of control, you see now yesterday how it came bearish, 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 bearish. right in there. All of those pending buyers who didn't buy the highest point from fear of missing out, they were patient and they were disciplined and they waited for that volume to come right back in there, trigger them, got filled, and just look at the return. The return puts them directly right into profit with absolutely zero drawdown. That is a sniper entry, okay? So learn how to do this on all time frames. I'm hungry, right? You guys are probably hungry too. Are we eating hamburgers or are we going to eat pancakes for breakfast? Or are we going to eat steak and lobster? Whatever we're eating, okay, this is a zone where we eat, okay? So we stretch it into the future. If it ever comes back in here, maybe if it comes back down, bearish, back in here, maybe we can eat in this zone. It will come back up and do something like this and go back up, right? If this zone can't hold, then maybe it's going to come all the way back down into this deeper zone where there's bigger hamburgers in here where we can eat, okay? So look at, it came in there, retested, back up, where? To that opening balance. So for you guys that said 90% it was going to continue to go to the upside, you guys are correct. See how it continued to break? But it required a pullback to come in here and pick up more orders, pick up more buyers in order to come back up and break that high and continue for the new all-time high, higher high. So let's follow yesterday's volume. Opening balance came all the way down in that point of control, came back up to the opening balance. Tiny wick, when there's that tiny wick, that's like that firecracker analogy that we say. So you kind of light that wick and then there's your explosion. There's your explosion to the upside, coming back up, bullish. And then we have a new high yesterday, okay? So can we mark yesterday's high with whatever line you want to use? I use the yellow line. And what happened up there? There was some sellers. They pushed it back down. There's the closing balance. Okay, so I can see how much body of volume was in the candle yesterday. I can also see the closing price. There's the closing price, and then I look at yesterday's close, today's open. Okay, so there was no gap down or gap up. Today's candle, right now we're dissecting today's candle. It opened and it was initially bearish. You can see it was bearish, came down. But look at today's low. That's our lowest point today. So that's where I place a purple line to let me know that 3,853 is today's lowest point on gold. And it came down and went back up. Okay, so that's what we call a higher low pullback, shallow pullback. It was shallow. I'm going to ask you guys, did it come into the point of control of yesterday's volume? Yes or no? This is not a trick question. Did it come into yesterday's point of control? And you guys know how to hopefully determine the point of control. I just showed you how to do it on this candle. Hopefully everyone says no. Cash, you said yes. The answer is no. I'm sorry. It's no. There's no debate about this, okay? So when you say yes, I'm telling you no, it did not come in the point of control. How do we know that? I'll show you right now. I'll show you how. I know you said yes. I'm not doing it to pick on you, but I want to show you how everyone that said no, you guys are right that said no. If anyone said yes, you are wrong. And let me tell you, okay, why? Let's, again, opening balance, closing balance. Grab your Fibonacci tool. Let's figure out the point of control of yesterday's volume. Opening price, closing price, right? Here's 50% of yesterday's volume right there. Draw a yellow line if you have to, or just acknowledge it. 3,845 was yesterday's 50%. Where's my point of control now? Remember, we got to find the hamburger meat. One line above, one line below. There's the point of control. It's bullish volume. Closed above there. There's my point of control. So now when I get rid of my Fibonacci, this is where I asked you, did it come into yesterday's point of control? Some of you guys said no. Some of you guys said yes. For you guys that said yes, you guys are incorrect. Okay? I'm not doing it to, but technically, look, you are wrong. See how it opened? It came down today, and it stopped. If it came into the point of control, the candle would have still been bearish, and came in there. Okay, then we would have had a different conversation, and then it could have gone up. Or it could have broke and then came and retested that and then dropped, okay? But you see, it did not come into yesterday's point of control. Stretch it into the future. Are we going to come back in there today, tomorrow, next week? I don't know. You can add an alert in there if you like, okay? So that's how you can determine points of control of each individual candle if you like. Again, we kind of want to pinpoint the ones with bigger volume and not just little spin tops with thin volume. The bigger the body of the candle, the better the point of control, okay? Now let's follow the volume today. Open bearish, 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 bearish. That's the lowest point of the day. Did not test yesterday's point of control. So the buyers are coming in higher. They're asking to trade right here without even coming into this point of control, because maybe they have enough volume to continue to come back to the opening price. And then next thing is the size of the wick. It's like the previous candle. See how it has that tiny wick right there? So it was easy to fill that and continue to break to the upside. Now we've got a little bit larger wick. Okay, so we came back to the opening price. It could have started filling and get rejected with lower high and come back down. However, the buyers are showing, look at the strength today. They're buying, buying, buying. They're asking to trade. They filled yesterday's wick. That was a previous all-time high. And they broke it out. Look at the momentum, the breakout continuing. This was a big blue candle all the way up to today's high, just below 3,900. So that's our highest point of the day, purple line. You could make it like an all-time high line if you like. I'll make it orange, and this is letting me know that it's at all-time high right there, 38.95, and it's actually today's highest point of the day too. Okay, so what was the reaction there? Sellers are there. They're offering and they're pushing all of those buyers back down, back down, back down to right here where we are currently. Okay, so look at this yellow line now. Okay, guys. This is where Ron tells you guys this is not magic, right? This is happening in real time. Look at yesterday's high, right? The yellow line. Would you say that that yellow line is the point of control of the current volume in today's candle right now? I know this candle hasn't closed. There's still 9 hours and 45 minutes. But right now, currently, as we're speaking, do you think that that's the point of control? I'm going to say yes. Just by eyeballing it, because I can cut that opening value right there. I would be cutting it there. So again, let's grab our Fibonacci tool. Opening price. I can't do the closing price, so I got to do the current price, and I see how it's fluctuating. Okay, but look at the 0.5. It's right there. The 0.5. What's the point of control of the current volume? Again, same thing we've been doing on the last 3 candles. Hopefully this is becoming automatic now. So we found today's current point of control. So if this comes all the way back down, bearish, bearish, bearish in here, we got to see if the buyers will continue to buy the candle back up. If we lose this, then sellers could push it all the way back down to the opening price, maybe flip the candle and turn it bearish, fill the bottom wick, and then we drive into this point of control. And then maybe the bigger buyers are waiting down there at a discount, okay? So that's the point of control of the current volume right now, okay? And what we can do is, we can maybe set ourselves with an alert if it does come back in here today to not just buy blindly, but to watch if the buyers are in fact here, okay? So you can also write on this, okay? So what you can do is, for further education, if you guys are learning how to do this and need reminders, I know what all these are because I do this every single day, but you can right click it, you know, when you're adding an alert or on the line, you can go to style, you can write in here, text. We can write, let's write, this is today's current, today's current bullish POC, point of control. And when did we do this? At 7:15 a.m. Eastern. Okay, so we can even put the time and date in here, 7:15 a.m. Okay, and then you see here where it says today's current bullish point of control at 7:15. Because when I start going to the lower time frames, then you'll know what this zone represents. I could write exactly what are all of these things, okay? We don't have the time to do fancy charts, but if you guys have the time, write whatever you guys want on there. Some notes to remind you of what this is, okay? So now let's dissect today's daily candle. Let's now break this down in the 4 hour. So now we're breaking it down into 4 hour increments, okay? Now you see the 4 hour candles. They are bullish. Like you can see that the pattern recognition they're doing. Here's a nice big push to the upside. It pulled back down, higher low, next leg up, came all the way there. There's the pivot all the way back down, came into there, held, 4-hour candles are continuing to break for a new high. Now I know exactly what time it hit. What 4-hour time frame it was when we hit the all-time high was at 2 a.m. Eastern. So this candle is representing, this big bullish candle is representing all of European volume, okay? So are we going to come all the way back down to today's point of control? Is it going to come down there and go back up? Are we going to lose this? Maybe retest it and then are we pushing back down, okay? So you can see all of the levels now that we identified on the daily, and you could literally wait for volume to come and trade into each one of these zones and trade in or out of them or look for setups, okay? Don't trade blindly. Now, see this? So now this is an important candle, 2 a.m. Eastern right now. This is representing all of Europe. It opened. It produced the lowest point of the day. It came back up to the opening balance. It continued to fill, take out the previous. This was like the Asian high, you know, from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Took it out, created a new all-time high, came back and closed right there. Now look at the new 4-hour candle that just opened. This is going to represent 6 to 10 a.m. Okay, our entire session basically. So another 2 hours and 42 minutes before this candle closes. It opened, you see it was initially bullish. It didn't have enough momentum to continue to fill the preceding wick and get to that all-time high. So there is essentially a lower high on the 4-hour, and there is some bearish volume coming back down, where it stopped right there and it's going back up, okay? So if I'm looking at the 4-hour candle now, dissecting the 4-hour, did we come into the 4-hour point of control? Or yes or no? To me, it looks like we haven't came into that 4-hour point of control. You can see that there's a little bit of a 4-hour fair value gap developing right now, but we can't say that with confirmation because we still have 2 hours and 42 minutes to go. Do you see the wick from this 4-hour candle and the wick from that 4-hour candle? So if you want to do kind of just acknowledge right there, you can see that there's still this bullish volume from Europe that has not been transacted. That's the lowest point so far. So this is still pending in the market that has not been transacted. Guys, this is really, really important. I hope you guys are paying attention and learning this. Normally, I don't do this on these top downs where I break down essentially how to do this. I do this in webinars. So you guys are getting basically a long form webinar, what we do here at SST. So guys, you can see from the wick of that candle, the wick of that candle, this is kind of unmitigated, that big word that some of you guys use, unmitigated, okay? So it has, I like to say, has not been transacted. There's been no transactions in here, okay? So if it does come back in here, maybe buyers are gonna bring this back up, okay? So you can acknowledge that zone right now, okay? And then we see what happens. You can also, what you could do is, you can figure out exactly 50% of that, okay? I'm using now not a yellow line anymore. Yellow represents more of my daily analysis. When I go to 4-hour or 1 hour, I use a white line. So I know if the volume comes to that white line, I know it's a 4-hour block, okay? That's just how my mind operates. So then I know it's based off of a 4-hour. I know that this zone, you can even write on it. This could be Europe, you know, like you can write on these things. Style right here, again, go to text. You can write on it however you like. You can put in the color if you like black. You can do the font size, whatever you like. Add text. This can be Europe 4H bullish POC. Oh, I didn't. Right? You can make your charts as fancy as you like. And then if you don't want it to be right there, you can move it. Where do you want to move it? Do you want to move it to the top, inside? Do you want to move it to the bottom? Do you want? Let's keep it, you know, maybe right at the midpoint. Maybe it's too much inside the zone. We can maybe move it to the center. We can move it maybe to the right. Okay? You can do whatever you like. Whatever floats your boat, and stretch it into the future, okay? So you guys understand? We still have this volume that still has not been transacted since Europe. Will gold come back in here and pick this up? So right now I can see the 4-hour candle came down and it's pushing back up. Are we gonna flip this 4-hour candle and get back to the high and maybe start to fill that all-time high wick and create new all-time high, get up to 3,900, okay? So let's all mark 3,900 with a yellow line because that is a daily point of interest. It is a nice whole psychological number, 3,900. What would be your next one? 4,000, Okay, I know it's all the way up here, like it's not even on here, but 4,000. Okay, you can mark it up, guys. You could do 39.50 if you like. You know, it depends. You could do 39 and 25, whatever time frame you are trading. Okay, so now we have that. Okay, so now we are consolidating. Okay, you see that the volume is now just in a flag right now. Right now we're flagging, so you can kind of neutralize this zone. Will it stay in here? Probably not. We still have 2.5 hours to go. So, but right now we're in a flag. Is it going to continue to drive up? For our RSI, you can see it was overbought here. They've cooled it off. It came back up, but you see we're not again above that 70 to create that strength. It's just below. So it could technically start, the strength could start to diminish and we might see gold sell off. However, today is a government shutdown. So, you know, RSI really doesn't, it can give us a good indication when there's high impact news going on, okay? So all we can do is just acknowledge what we see so far. So from the 4 hour, I can go to the 1 hour now. So you see how I keep dissecting. Now I can see the big bullish candle was in fact London, 3 a.m. Bullish ignited, look at the hourly, look at it. It closed again, right at the high. So remember I asked you on the daily, I'm gonna ask you the same thing on this hourly candle because they all have the same characteristics. If you saw this candle, how it opened bullish, 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 closed, would you say, how high did it close here? 50%? Or the question is, what is the probability that the next candle is going to continue to fill this wick and continue to go for a new high based off of this volume? It engulfed everything to the left. It closed, I would say 97% rate to the high. If you ask me, Ron, what's the probability that the next candle would find a way to break for a new high? I would say 95%. And look, it didn't even pull back. Did it pull back all the way into today's current bullish point of control? No. So it's still holding. It continued to open. There's the 4 a.m. small wick, pop, and drive to the all-time high. 4 a.m. hit our all-time high. Next, look at 5 a.m. It came back up, it came back up. It didn't take out the all-time high or create a new high. It's a lower high. Sellers pushed it all the way down, came down into here, and then look at where it closed right here. Next hour, 6 a.m. Again, open bullish, came back up. Did right there. There's like 50% of that hourly candle. So you can see, like, I can just guess where 50% is, white line, my cut line. So I can see that the buyers didn't even transact into that bearish point of control. It's a lower high. Sellers pushed it back down, but could not take out that previous hourly low. It's got a higher low coming back in, bearish volume. So it's still holding. And then the next candle right now, 7 a.m., open bullish, came back up. You can see it's a lower high, below the opening balance, lower high. So it is trending down. The sellers, in fact, came all the way down. They broke that previous low, created a new lower low, but we're in that European 4 hour point of control. That's where it just gains support and it's coming right back up. Okay, so you can see that the way now how the hourly pattern recognition is moving. We moved up, it's coming back down. We're holding here. Is it going to come flip the candle now blue? And are we going to make our way back up to here or to here and make for a new all-time high? Or is it going to come like here and be like a lower high on the hourly and then they're pushing it back down to come back into this 4 hour European point of control, maybe come in there. If this one doesn't hold, I would place more emphasis on the today's current higher time frame one. That's where the big buyers could be, okay? So we take it, again, one zone from the next zone. The one below is stronger because it's based off of higher time frame, okay? Right now we got a little bit of respect coming back up. Maybe we got to figure out it's going to consolidate or figure out the neckline. Okay, we know where our hourly resistance is. We can draw now like an hourly resistance zone. You see the all-time high now, bring it down to those bodies. Sometimes it takes only 2 bodies to understand structure in a market. And there's what I'm showing you. I'm basing it off of the all-time high, today's daily high, and I'm bringing it down to that hourly close and that hourly open. There's been no trading volume above here. So I'm making that red. It's showing me that those 2 hours is showing sellers are in control currently. So what I do is I stretch that red zone into the future. For example, if theirs came up, come back down. If we do come back up, is that going to be a double top in that red zone? And they're going to push it back down with more selling volume and maybe break this and we're going to drop, okay? So, or are the buyers going to just cut right through there, make a new all-time high, close above, we flip that zone green, might be support to buy a new all-time high and continue to take us to 3,900 and more, right? But that is a block above us that we have to watch today, okay? So you see now how I'm kind of trapping the volume now on the hourly, okay? And then now what I do is I go to the 5 minutes, okay? And then you could trade off of the 5 minutes at these zones, okay? Now I can see how 5 minute candles came in there, big bullish engulfing candle closed above, you know, continued to drive, get all the way. There's like a double top on the 5 minutes. So I can see exactly when we hit the all-time high was 4:20 a.m. Eastern. I hope you guys all smoked a joint at that time. It came back down. I can see 5 minute support right there. When I'm trading the 5 minutes, I like to look at support levels, point of interest. It came down and stopped right there. And then it moved back up into that hourly resistance, double top. There's the second leg with the bigger volume. Look at how bearish it was, came down. This 1 5 minute candle engulfed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 candles behind. 7 times 5 is 35 minutes. 1 5 minute candle almost engulfed all 35 minutes worth of bullish trading and continued to break for that new low, but then came back up. And look did it come back into there? No. So we've got a lower high at the hourly resistance. Now you see how it's kind of consolidating in here. Again, lower highs pushing it down. If we draw just a trend line right now on these 5 minutes, we can draw a trend line. You can start it from wherever you like, anywhere up here, and try and, you know, connect it as much as you can. So if I connect that wick, I got that wick, I got that wick. Let me just connect that wick, and then I've connected the entire high range, okay? So I can continue to show that currently we are in a trend coming down. However, we do have our higher time frame buy zones. So maybe if we allow gold to come in here or here, we could look for buy opportunities. Unless the sellers are continuing to drive through here and close it below here, we're gonna flip these zones red, and maybe we'll figure out how strong the selling pressure is, okay? So that's our trend coming down. Where did I get this trend from? I got it from 5 a.m. So what time is it now? 7:30. So that was the last couple hours. So that's our hourly trend. Again, I make my trend lines coincide with my points of interest. Notice how that trend line is white, because I know it's just the last couple hours, 5 a.m. This is not the daily trend, right? Because if it was, it would be a yellow line. So this is a hourly trend coming down in the market right now. This is descending, okay? Mike, you asked me about this. So you see how it's descending, coming down, and it's kind of got this flat bottom right here. So that's kind of like a descending triangle to see if we're going to break here. So it's got a high probability, you know, descending triangle. See if it continues to come down in here. Here's the point I would look to see. Sellers can close it below there, maybe retest this and start to go to the downside. There's your descending triangle. However, it could just come into this zone, you know, buyers break it back out, then we break the trend, maybe we'll find an inverted bullish fair value, and then maybe they'll take it back up to test back up here. Then when it comes back up there, that could be the bigger leg that pushes it back down. Okay, or it closes above, we flip, and we're going new all-time high. Does that make sense, guys? Okay, so right now, currently, gold is selling off, but it's still very bullish, right? Even on the 5 minutes, daily, 4 hour, hourly, okay? So we could wait. If we want to trade with today's trend, then we shouldn't be selling right now. We should be either looking to buy inside here or buy down in here, okay? You got to set your mindset from now. Okay, so another way what we can do to complement our charts is we have an SST daily bar indicator. This could remind us of the daily volume, right? There's the opening price today, that small pull down to the lowest point of the day. You know, it's right there at 215, came back to the opening price. See how strong gold was coming all the way through all that bullish volume. We got to a new all-time high. And now the wick of today's daily candle is represented by this little downtrend we got going on right now, okay? So what we could do is, you know, you could even connect the bottoms if you like from right here, we can start to connect. And you see it's kind of like in a wedge. It's kind of in a wedge formation right now. So we kind of got to watch and really see what's going to develop inside this green zone. Will it come in here? How deep will it go? Will it bounce off this? You know, I do have a little bit of 5 minute resistance, like right here. We can watch and see, can buyers close above 388.485? break that and then continue to fill up today's daily wick, or our sellers, in fact, now pin the all-time high and we're ready to come down now. Okay, so it's 7:30. We're 50 minutes away from Wall Street, but that's what we got going on. Another thing, guys, with this SST daily bar indicator that we have, if you go to settings, right, I have it set on a daily because we watch daily, but if I wanted to watch a 4 hour, the last 4 hour, or maybe the last hour, maybe I want to watch the hourly candles. Okay, so what you do is go into settings right here and see where it's adjusted at 1 day. I can bring this down to ticks, 1 tick, 10 ticks, 100 ticks, 1,000 ticks for future traders. I can come down to the 15 second, 30 second, 1 minutes for scalpers. I can go into the 5 minutes, 10, 15, 30. You can do whatever you want. See how it's on the daily? If I wanted to put it on a 1 hour, click on 1 hour, click OK. See now how the indicator, the bar now, this is representing the 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. This is the now volume. I can see when we opened, where did we open? There it is. 7 a.m. open is right there. And it initially was bullish from 7 a.m. to 7:05. There it is on 5 minutes. There's the wick. And then all of this bearish volume, you can see how bearish the hourly candle currently is. I know it's 7:32, so we still have 28 more minutes to go before this hourly candle closes. But I can see this hourly candle is now trading into the European 4-hour point of control. It's very bearish right now. Will it continue? You can put this bar on whatever time frame you like. Okay, some traders, scalpers, want to watch hourly instead of the daily because they're trading 5-minute candles. That's fine, but you do have your options. Okay, so I'm going to go back to settings and I'm just going to put it back to the daily. Or let me ask you guys: do you guys want it on? Do you guys want to see it on the hourly today or on the daily? You guys tell me. For me, it doesn't matter to me. What do you guys want to? Do you want me to leave it on our daily? First person that normally gives me the answer is what I go with, because Mikey, let's put it on daily. No worries. Okay, so I go back to my 1 day. Okay, and then you see how the candle bar completely changes. Hourly was bearish. It's currently on this hour is bearish, but our entire daily candle is still showing. We got good daily volume still left in the candle. Okay, so now we see that we just traded right at 50% of the European 4-hour point of control. Sorry that it's all the way this because I think I moved it to the right, I think. But that's the European 4-hour point of control we're in now. So we are transacting in this block right now. Okay, so traditionally what we need to see is buyers bringing it back up. Okay, so right now we have 1 more minute to go before this 5-minute candle closes, and you can still see how much bearish volume there is. So do you want to just buy right now and just hope that we come out of here? You can, or we wait for confirmations. Let's see. We came right into it. Buyers are buying it up currently right now. Again, what I like to do is check spreads. If I'm prior to trading, I like to look at all of these things. Bitcoin is moving too, guys. 116,500. It's about $8,000 off of the all-time high at 124,000. Okay, so good wick coming out. Here's the close in 20 seconds. Okay, so you see how it just came in right into that point of control? As a scalper, if you just kind of had a pending order waiting in there, you are up 40 pips in profit right now with zero drawdown, just nailing that one candle. Okay, and you can close it, you can go to a break even, you can close out 80% just on that candle alone. Okay, that's not by chance. Remember, we did the entire call analyzing this point of control, right? So it's showing me a big rejection. Lots of buyers at that European 4-hour point of control, but it's still bearish, right? Close black. So now you see how the bearish candle is coming back in. So is it going to come and fill this entire wick and produce a new low, or is it going to catch a higher low and go back up and provide a little bit depth of market in here? Okay, so get ready, guys. Amrit got a nice 50 pip drop on gold from the 15-minute return. Congrats, Amrit. That's perfect. Guys, let me know. Did that analysis help you guys out? Okay, that was in my opinion, a very, very thorough daily analysis. We broke it down from the daily, 4-hour, hourly, into the 5 minutes. So there shouldn't be questions now of how, Ron, do I find a point of control? We basically did every single candle point of controls. We did point of interest. There's no guesswork now. Now it's just discipline, patience, allowing the trade to come to us, you know? Because I will do NASDAQ and I will do US30, but I will not have enough time to do it like that. So, but if you learn from how I just did it there, you can do it with any security. You can trade Tesla today. You can trade the bond market. If it's charted and there's candlesticks on the chart, you can look at it. You can trade USD JPY. You can do NASDAQ. You can do crude oil. You could do NVIDIA. You could do anything. Anything. If you tell me your diet, if you told me how many hamburgers you ate yesterday, when you started, at the start of your day, and when you ended, I can tell you the point of control of how many hamburgers you ate. Okay? We don't even have to do about trading. Hopefully you're not eating too much hamburgers these days. I am. I'm gaining too much weight. I gotta lose some weight. Okay, so you see now again, it came in bearish, 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 but it picked up a 5-minute higher low in the 4-hour point of control where buyers should be located. So it's giving us the confluence that buyers are, in fact, in the market getting triggered, but there's still bearish volume coming down in here. You can tell by the candle. So now look, another big rejection. 2.5 minutes to go. So are they going to flip this candle back up blue? Maybe close it with conviction above there? Do we have like a 5-minute point? See this 5-minute bearish candle? It's got its own little point of control right there. See how I'm just using the cut line? What I'm not doing on these 5 minutes is, like, I could bring out my Fibonacci tool, same shit. What I did on the daily, 4-hour, hourly, grab that 5-minute candle, opening balance, closing balance. You see where I always guess where 50% is, and I'm pretty accurate right on it. But if I want to find the 5-minute point of bearish control of that candle, I can do that, and I can stretch it into the future, okay? For all of you guys that trade ICT concepts and shit like that, this is what? An inverted fair value gap. What we got to do is we got to wait for buyers to close above, maybe take out the high, liquidity sweep the high, whatever, and come to the trend, and then come back down. When it closes, we flip it blue to show support. Maybe we buy out of there, right? Is that not what some of you guys look for? I don't know what you guys call it, okay? Some days I'm confused myself. Well, every day it's something new you guys are calling it, okay? Don't get so caught up in the names. Just understand, that was a big bearish candle. I cut it in half, found the point of control, stretched into the future. Are buyers proving to me that they're closing above here? No. So it's still telling me that this trend is still bearish. It started at today's all-time high, right there, lower low, came back up, lower high. New leg down, lower low, came back up, lower high, new leg down, lower low, okay? But now we're trading in that 4-hour bullish point of control. Buyers pushed it right back up. Buyers pushed it right back up, but we still have bearish volume, okay? So are we going to get maybe a consolidation right here above the 4-hour bullish block and right below that 5-minute point of control, make it neutral. Let's see who will win the battle. Continuing. It could just come right back into here, sellers, then really blast it down through here, okay? So we got to take our time. Look at the sellers continuing to push down, push down. You know, we're transacting in that green zone. What is your bias now? What are you guys? Okay. Do you guys think, okay, when I say bias, do you think option 1 would be gold? Okay, let me show you options. Do you guys think that the gold buyers can bring it back above there and then we go, option 1 is bullish, back up there? Or do you guys think option 2, sellers are going to maybe push it below here and take it down to, and you see where I'm just measuring it kind of to the next zone, okay? I'm not doing it all the way, like, are we going to go? No, we got to test this. Do you guys think what we're going to see today on today's call is option 1, bullish, to go up here, or option 2, bearish? What do you guys think? Option 1, option 1, option... I see 2 option 2s and 2 option 1s, so there's 50-50. Okay, So what we can do is determine if these buyers are strong to bring it back up. You can build in here. If you want to start a position, you can start with a small position if you want to buy in here, or you could also sell with a small position and take it down there. If you're not in anything, I'm not in anything, I'm continuing to watch and see. Okay, so now I see that 5-minute bar came down, higher low, closed inside. So the sellers are still offering inside the zone. Again, we just opened up, came down, higher low, so it is building, but we have, I don't see a bullish engulfing candle close above anything yet. I see a candle come up, sellers push it back down. This is a bullish candle coming right back up. We still have 3.5 minutes to go. It's coming up right now, but it's still lower high, lower high, lower high, and we're still below that 5-minute point of control, okay? And then when you look at 5-minute RSI, look at 5-minute RSI. It was really overbought up there, and it slowly came down. We're below 50, so it's suggesting that we're in a selling territory, like a weaker area. We're not oversold yet, so those 5-minute strength, like if sellers continue push this down, we could come down into some oversold territory. And that doesn't just give us the right to buy just because something is oversold, because it could be a false signal. But what happens if it's getting oversold in today's current bullish point of control? Then that might be a nice discounted buying opportunity down here at 3,870, at 3,870, as opposed to just buying somewhere in here, right? But if the buyers today are protecting, then maybe we'll see if the European bloc can continue to hold up. Okay, so right now we got a nice bullish candle developing. Will it at least create a new high? What do you guys call it when the next candle goes above a new high with higher lows? Is that what you guys call a change of character, break of structure, market structure shift? What do you guys call it? I know that some of you guys have those fancy names. Teach Ron your concepts. Oh, EMAs. Sorry, guys. Yeah, good reminder. See my EMA 9? Okay, so my EMA 9 is a traditional EMA most traders use, EMA 9. See the volume, bearish volume is still below the EMA 9. And look at where it's located. Right at our bearish point of control of that 5-minute candle. It's right there. Okay, so is this blue candle going to come all the way up there and get rejected back down? Or are we going to close above this? Okay, our 200 EMA is our much higher time frame EMA. That's our 200 EMA. Look at where the 200 EMA is conveniently moving into our current point of control. So that's what I'm saying. If we get a deeper buy in there and our 200, that could give us confluence. Maybe that would be a good buying opportunity, okay? But maybe this block will hold up and we can look to buy through here. Change of character. Change of character. Okay, so then we just changed the character, but what is it? Okay, do you guys have failed change of characters? If it just made a new high, but then got rejected and came back down. Okay, so you see it came. Yes, it did change the character, but the bearish character is still there. Mickey Mouse is still up there. Mickey Mouse is the bearish character. Kermit the Frog is the bullish character. Let's do that. Let's give our characters names. Okay. Mickey Mouse is the red character. Kermit the Frog is the green character. We can call the character names. Does that make it more complicated or easier for you guys? Okay, so it changed the character, and we also closed with a bullish engulfing candle, right? Look at the next candle, how it opened, small pullback, breaking another character, okay? Now we're trading right into the bearish point of control of that candle. Now we're transacting in there. There's your 9 EMA. So will the buyers continue to impulsively break it out of here? Will they close it above there, or will sellers reject this back down? Okay, so you got to wait 4 minutes to go. Look at the big rejection. Okay, so Mickey Mouse, the bearish character right here, Rejected Kermit the Frog right back down. Turtle soup, whatever you want. I don't even know what turtle soup is. My kids wanted chicken noodle soup yesterday. I went to Tim Hortons after 5 p.m. Tim Hortons, again, I'm plugging you guys. I'm pissed off with you guys. You guys got no chicken noodle soup after 5 p.m. Why? Why? And then I went to Subway. They got no chicken noodle soup. Do you know how pissed off my kids were because I couldn't get chicken noodle soup yesterday? You guys call it turtle soup. I call it chicken noodle soup. This is how crazy these concept names are getting. Chicken noodle soup, turtle soup. Goulash. Yeah, we can call it goulash for the Europeans out there. Goulash. Is there any Europeans out there that know what goulash is? Or is it just me? Anyone know what goulash is, or is it just me? Stew, yeah, you got it. Yeah, beef stew is goulash. So we'll call it goulash. Okay, so, oh man, but that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. These names are getting ridiculous. Everyone is calling it stupid names, trying to sell you these names. Just understand what's going on. Stop getting too carried away. Is it a turtle soup? Is it chicken noodle soup? Is it goulash? Is it Mickey Mouse character? Is it Kermit the Frog character? Just look now. Okay, so we're making a leg up. So this is, I know I didn't buy, but this is good review. This is kind of back testing. So if anyone bought in the 4-hour point of control, you are in the money right now. That was a good buy to buy that deep pullback. Where this was not a good pullback. That was not a good pullback. The deepest one here in the 4-hour point of control was a fantastic one. Burek. Oh, I love burek. I'm Albanian. That's what we eat, burek. My mom made me some burek the other day. Okay, so we got a minute 54 left. We did break, again, new high, but it's still lower high, and we'll see the closing price. So that's an impulse break. Very bullish candle, broke above there, peaked its head up there, but sellers are pushing it right back down. 90 seconds to go. So this is now a pin bar candle. It might even turn into a shooting star candle, and they push this thing right back down. Okay, so we got to see, is there any confirmed closing volume above here in order to make this a red zone, green zone? Can we make this Mickey Mouse to a Kermit Frog zone, or are we going to come back deeper down into here? Okay, so sellers are still in control momentarily. There was a nice little dip buy in here holding, but the buyers don't have the follow through. Now look at the sellers rejected them, and we got a shooting star candle coming all the way back down. Okay, so there's your rejection at this point of control. Camila, you call it goulash in Poland? Yeah, everyone. It's Balkan, it's Slavic, it's everyone calls it something. Okay, does this candle now change your perspective on bullish or bias, or are you guys still holding with your perspective? Does that candle rejection maybe change your mind to the buyers, or are you guys still strong on your bullish? Or does this, if you're a seller, does this strengthen your bias, your perspective on that rejection? Because we're closing in 10 seconds. So this is a spin top candle. You can see when we opened, it came down, went back up really bullish. They rejected it back down. Here's the closing price now. It might close again right at that point of control. So buyers brought it right back up and closed it there. Now we open bearish, ignited, maybe to push back down. However, if it picks up a higher low wick or still holds 50%, we could continue to fill that wick and break out a little further. Okay. Or is it seller's gonna get a lower high and push this thing down? So now it's bullish coming right through here again. So, maybe some traders wait for confirmations. If you buy this candle right now, you are technically buying on an impulse, okay? Or we gotta wait for it to close above here, because sellers could come in here real quick and again, offer in this red zone and push it right back down. When does COMEX open? In 30 minutes, 8:30. Okay, so they rejected it now. Okay, so far, 2 of these 5-minute candles are getting rejected in this 5-minute point of control. There's a lower high, lower high. We're below that 9 EMA, that green line. Would anybody sell right now? Do you think this is a good time to sell? Anyone think that this is a good time to sell right now? Right now, like right now how this candle is being produced. Would you guys go in a sell right here? No? Why, Mikey? Yeah, COMEX is in at 8:20. It's 7:50 right now. 30 minutes from now. You guys wouldn't? Okay, so then let's stay patient. Okay, would any of you guys buy right now? With this candle, how it's being produced, is anyone thinking of buying right now? Let's be honest with each other, okay? I'm honest with you every single day. I tell you when I'm buying. I tell you when I'm selling. I tell you where my stop loss is. I tell you where my TP is. I tell you what I do. What do you guys? Would this be a good candle to buy right now? And if so, why? No? No, it's not. Why? Because in my opinion, the buyers have not proven to me to close above this point of control. They showed me that they were strong down here, but when it comes to this upper resistance, they're showing me no strength. Sellers are showing me more, and it's continued to go with that trend, pushing down, right? So, you know, when that candle was building, that might have been a good opportunity to hit a sell, and you'd be in profit right now. But if we're not, again, look at the volume now. It's still kind of concentrated in this consolidated box. Will they close it back below here? And are we going to move deeper down into here, okay? So, you know, when everyone is saying, Ron, do we buy now? Do we sell now? Do we buy now? Do you sell now? Do you see why, guys, I'm like, guys, we got to wait for confirmations. You know, we got to wait. Like, let's let either party prove to us who shows more strength. Right now, it's trading sideways. It came down, went back up, came down. So both sides are accumulating right now. We might have to wait till 9 a.m. We're 6-7 minutes away from a new hourly candle opening up in the market. Okay. But if you do decide to trade in here, whether you're buying or selling, go a little small size. Feeler trade, test this volume out, test the market out. You don't got to go all in right here, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Take a speculating trade, something small. If you go in drawdown, you don't panic. You're not throwing away yesterday's profits. You're not blowing up your account. You're not getting stressed out. You're not freaking out. You're not revenge trading. It's just to allow you to see. If you got a bias to buy, go small and figure out how it's reacting here. If you're selling, go something small, and if you get your confirmations, then you can add to your position, okay? I've learned that over the years, and it's really, really dramatically changed my my trading, my psychology, my profit loss report. Look at that now. So that was a big bearish candle, came right down there, higher low, big spike back up, buyers asking, so big rejection, okay, closing in 30 seconds. Now we got a nice hammer candle coming back up. Will this be a confirmed candle closing above here, okay? So look at that big response by the buyers. So the buyers are here. They are technically here, but we're still batting a little short-term resistance. Okay, so here's the close in 10 seconds. Okay, so a close with bearish volume. Again, we got another bearish bar pushing down, okay? So do you guys see this other zone right here, which had a little bit of support right here, okay? See, when it came down, went back up. Came down, back up, came down, back up, came down, back up, came down, back up. Stretching across. Now the bar is below. So you see now the wicks in that same zone, it's a wick going down, wick come out. So that's another block we have above us. This is maybe the hidden block right here. I potentially don't want to trade this block, okay? I want to see if the buyers break it out of here. I'd like to maybe sell that block. If I want to sell, maybe it's better to sell that block right there at 3885 and take it back down, right? So this is what we call like an inside block right here, okay? This is a bigger one that was more market structure up here. Okay. So someone said in the chat, I'm looking for a change of character and then to sell. Is that what you guys mean by that? Would this technically be a change of character? Like maybe retest this, come up there, then you sell? Is that something that, is that exactly what you're waiting for? Okay, you see how we're talking the same language now. Okay, we can talk different words, but we're still talking the same language, still talking same blocks. See this consolidated zone? We're still technically just, you know, hanging around in here, but maybe they will break it out, you know, cause these buyers to buy, and then bigger sellers right here to pump the market back down. Okay, so let's watch that. Let's learn together. This is how we learn. And then there's good 5-minute support, a little bit above, a little bit below our European 4-hour point of control right there. That started that first big leg coming back up. Maybe it comes in there, gets rejected. Double bottom would be down in there. If we're selling, we can clear some profit, realize some profit because bigger buyers could be down in here. Okay, so that's a good bullish candle coming right back up. Let's look at the close in the next 2.5 minutes. And remember, the next bar is moving into 8 a.m. Okay. And there was our upper trend line. Okay. So strong move by buyers. If you're in a buy, still a really nice buy. Okay. It all started right here at 78. We're up to 84 right now. That's 60 pips. Okay. Anywhere in here, you could be up 20, 30, 40, 60 pips. I would be taking stop loss, going to a break even. I would be also taking some partials out of the market because again, you could come right up to here where it got rejected, 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 trend line, bigger sellers could push it right back down there. However, guys, we could see bulls close, break right through here. Then unfortunately, we've broken the trend line and it's still on the higher time frame bullish move. And we close above here, we make this green, and all of a sudden gold is going up here, and then that's a failed structural opportunity there, okay? That happens. Sanity, when are we teaching swing trading? You keep asking me this. Right now, you want to learn swing trading? Everything that we did from you know how I started daily, 4-hour, hourly, 5 minutes? Do the same thing. Go from monthly, weekly, daily, stop there, and go to 4-hour, and these would be 4-hour candles, okay? Just like if we were swing trading. It's just like how we're looking for a scalp buy or a scalp sell. What if this was a 4-hour candle? If that comes up there, same thing that we would do. If it sells there, that would be a 4-hour swing trade where you sell and bring the market back down. It's going to be, instead of 60 pips, it might be 600 because you're on a 4-hour and you're looking to hold for multiple days, not for a few minutes, right? It's the same exact stuff we just did, okay? It's no different. It's just looking on a higher time frame. That's why I tell you guys, if you learn how to do this, you can learn how to trade any time frame that you want. I don't need to be here to show you that. I will show you it, but it's going to make for a very boring live call because we're going to be sitting on 4-hour candles without taking any trades unless it comes to our bigger weekly points of interest. We do these in webinars, okay? So guys, we do them. We're going to start to do these in our webinars. If you want, join in there, because then we're all focused in there to learn about swing trading. If I start doing swing trading here, then the chat is going to go, Ron, are we buying? Are we selling? Are we doing this? Why are we not doing gold? Why are we not on this, that? And it gets so confusing for me, then you guys are going to be so confused. So we have dedicated times to do that. Now, look right here, okay? So we don't want to lose focus. We're still looking at this. It broke for a new high, came up there, rejected. Did that blue volume close above that red box? Technically, yes, it did. So what I do is I make it green, okay? If this was a 4-hour candle, Sanity, that closed above, I would be doing the same thing on a 4-hour move, okay? This is a bullish ignited 5-minute candle opening, filling that wick, possibly to trade up here at the new hourly. So if this was a new 4-hour candle, same thing. The 4-hour candle is opening, bullish, igniting, filling the previous 4-hour wick, created a new higher high, okay? So it's the same exact concepts. It's just that this candle is going to close in 4 more minutes. If this was a 4-hour candle, you would still have 3 hours and 59 minutes to go before this candle closes, okay? Look at that, big rejection coming back down, shooting star candle. Okay, so some traders get excited and just sell right now. You could, but it could come down here again, get a wick and come back up. It's been making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So do we want to wait for this bar to close? Maybe it closes back and then I make that green zone red again, and then we might be pushing back down. Will it come back up with a wick? All of these things to consider. The best discipline is to wait for a full body closure. If you can't do that, you got to learn how to do that. Okay? You got to resist all urges of buying or selling this candle. Because otherwise, like if you bought, you were in drawdown. If you just sold down there, now it's going back up, you're in drawdown. Okay? And it's a spin top candle. There's still no confirmation of anything. We got to wait 3 more minutes to see where this candle will eventually close. I'm not in a trade right now, guys. Just pay attention, okay? I will verbally tell you guys when I'm buying, when I'm selling, okay? This is where I know that you guys are not paying attention. If you guys are asking me if I'm in a trade, I've said nothing about going into a trade. Unless you're just joining right now, I apologize. But if you've been on this call with us since 6 a.m., you shouldn't even be asking me that. ADP, yeah, we got ADP news coming up. Yeah, US shutdowns, guys, government shutdowns. We got ADP coming out. We'll see, guys, if they release it, right? Because sometimes with government shutdowns, they don't release these news. But this was from previous month, so I'm sure that they should release, but we'll see. Emirates, it's delayed due to shutdown, yeah. So some news, guys, will be delayed, will not even show up, okay? And then right after that, 8:20 is the gold market open, COMEX, Commodities Exchange. That's when we're going to get more volume coming into the markets, okay? So you got to ask yourself right now, like this is a legitimate question. Do we take a trade right now, 12 minutes prior, if this was an ADP release, we're buying or selling prior to them releasing the ADP news, or we're buying and selling 17 minutes prior to COMEX market opening? Ask yourself that, and know your risk if you are entertaining a trade. Okay, so you see how we're getting an indecision candle right now, the opening of our new hour, 8 a.m. Chris, you're getting stopped out and then your trades run lately. Good. Oh, not saying good, but good review that you picked that up. Now, Chris, just, if you're getting the right side of the trade, but you're getting just stopped out, then just technically just open up your stop loss a little bit more room to breathe and just decrease your sizing just a tad bit. And then with those, you will not be stopped out. You will realize profits. So that's all it takes. But the way how you analyze that and learn from it, so it's not your bias that's wrong. It's just maybe a little bit of risk. You just got to alter it, okay? You're a great trader, but you should be now a risk manager. Not so much trader. You're a great trader, but you're a risk manager now. You're even more than just a trader. So you're more a risk trader, risk management than we are traders, okay? So just that little tweak, just finessing that just that tad bit, you're going to realize profits now, okay? So just open up your stop just a little bit more for breathing room, and then same mathematics, same risk, just decrease your sizing, okay? For example, if that was happening to me, Chris, and I was trading with a standard lot size, and I was getting continuously tapped out, and it was going into, like, I would have been in profit, but I kept getting tapped out. What I would do is decrease my standard size, cut it in half, go to half size, and then open up my stop loss. Let's say my stop loss was 20 points with a standard. I would go half lot and open it up 40 points. And therefore, it's the same exact risk, more breathing room, but then I can realize it going into profit. So that's a way how to change mindset, guys. Everybody, please work on that. That's part of analyzing, guys. You know, when you're doing your review of your journals, that's what you should be reviewing. Sizing matters, 100%. Sizing matters for everything in trading. A lot of traders today don't know what size to use. They have the correct bias, but their sizing is too big, stop loss is too small, they get tapped out, and then the trade runs in their direction. Happened to me millions of times, guys, but I've learned from it. Okay, so look, came back in, closed bearish pin bar, next bar opening bearish ignited, came all the way down. Again, another big wick coming back up. So you can, you know, entertain a buy or selling here if you guys like. But again, I'm on the sidelines, guys. I don't want to be pressured on these calls. You know, I honestly want to just be myself the way how I trade on these calls. I don't want to be pressured here for views or likes or subscribes. I really don't care. Honestly, honest guys, I'm telling you, we would appreciate if you like the channel and subscribe to it. We appreciate it. But I'm not here just for likes and subscribes. I really don't give a shit about that. I really care about you guys learning. So I don't want to just buy just because for views or sell. I really want to wait and see what's going to happen up here or what's going to happen down here regarding news. Okay? Sometimes trades take time to develop. If you're making a nice beef stew, if you're making a nice goulash, if my mom is making a fantastic goulash stew, you think after 10 minutes, once my mom puts it to boil, I'm going to tell her, come on, I'm ready to eat? My mom is going to smack me right across the face, tell me, shut up, and go and come back in a couple hours. That's exactly what my mom is going to say to me. She won't say it in English, she'll say it in Albanian. She'll probably hit me with a slipper too across my head and say, leave me alone. When the chef is in the kitchen, go do your own thing. Go play video games. She thinks trading is a video game. So she tells me, even at this age, she goes to me, go play your video game. So that's, you know, sometimes you got to let things cook in here. You got to see what's going on, okay? So right now, buyers are, you know, they're cooking right now. We've got higher lows, we've got new higher highs, but let's see now. Now we're attempting the trend line. Remember they attempted it here, failed 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Now they're attempting it again. But now we've not just got a trend line, we've got a bearish block in the market here, okay? And we're 10 minutes away from COMEX. Omar, your mom would say, wait for NFP. Yeah. If you guys got immigrant moms, you guys know when they're cooking, you don't tell them, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. When the stew is ready, you will eat. So, okay, now we got a little context. Now look, it came right up to the trend line, right up to that block. There was a trigger there, and you see that wick that came down. So they did reject it so far, but we've got 50 seconds to go, okay? So let's see where this volume will close. Is it still very strong bullish volume that can get above here and close above here, or seller's going to reject this point back down, okay? Okay, and look at the range now, okay? So look how the range opens up. Look at the size of that candle now. So look at that. It was a beautiful bullish candle. Came into that point of control, they rejected it back down. We're still trading at this hidden block right here, okay? So this is our inside block. Hasn't changed. I haven't changed the size of it. I haven't changed the color of it. It's right there, still showing shitty price action. Let me put it in a language that everyone will understand. Okay, Mike, we got a long signal on the trade ideas at 3883. Yep, I'm gonna continue to wait. Okay, that came out with the Scalper Pro. Okay, so we're right here, Mike. It's at that location. But again, do we just buy blindly just because we get a signal? No, this is where we can learn, guys, how to trade signals at SST as well. Okay, so if I go to commodities right here, see right here. Came out at 8:05, 5 minutes ago. Long XAUUSD at around 38.83. Okay, so a signal came out. I can tell it's with the Scalper Pro. So now, do we just buy blindly? don't want to say that. We just buy, okay? We got to wait for something. Maybe if it breaks, closes above, maybe we can buy a nice retest of 38.33, okay? But if you're already in, if you're in a buy, okay, it's still holding, coming back up, okay? So it's moving 20 pips from this location. But again, I'm not going in yet because I want to see what's developing. I will want to like verify, is ADP news coming out or not? Is it going to be released due to government shutdown? Verified it's not. Verified it is. COMEX market opening up. Lots of things going on, okay? I know some of you guys don't have the patience to do this. I know a lot of you guys are very impatient, but I'm telling you, this is what you got to work on in trading. If it takes me to get heckled by you guys, I don't give a shit, guys. I don't. I'm a 43-year-old man. I'm not 20 years old anymore. I have all the patience in the world. You guys saw last session I sat in this chair for 6 hours. 6 hours I didn't even move. I pissed myself 10 times, okay? I'm telling you guys. You're trading with an old man, okay? I'm not that young cat anymore that can go like I was when I was 20, okay? You got an old man you're trading with who wears a Depends diaper and pisses himself. Okay? I'm saying that live. Hopefully my wife is not listening to this. Mohammed, you're 43 years old too. You know what it's like to piss your pants. So we're all good now, okay? Let's clear that out of the way. All of us 40-year-olds, we piss ourselves. Pissing in your pants every day? Welcome to the club. Hopefully, no, just the men, not the females. I have a urinal underneath this table. It's a modified urinal. It's for trading purposes only. Some of you guys are going to believe me on that. I'm joking, guys. You know, this channel is for entertainment as well. Let's have some fun, okay? We can be serious at times, but we can joke around, okay, guys? Oh, boom. Try being 53. I don't know. When I get there, I'll let you guys know. But what we can tell us, patient old men right here, is we seeing rejection, volume still good location, but, you know, it's just kind of, look, in our trend came down. There was a nice buy opportunity if you got it, fantastic. But, you know, are they breaking out of here? Is sellers going to push it down one more leg? We have this, you know, like, let's just pretend it's a normal day. There's not a government shutdown, but we do have ADP, non-farm employment change, okay? So we will see. In 90 seconds, you'll see, is there going to be a release or not? Some of you guys are saying, no, there's no release due to government shutdown. Some of you guys saying this was previous month's news is already computed and will be released. We'll see, okay? Well, let's let 1 minute and 10 seconds decide that, confirm that for us. But what we can confirm is COMEX market is opening up in 5 minutes at 8:20, okay? And if you look at this as like a bigger perspective, not just inside this, okay, nice bullish move. Consider all of this as one top all-time high. Consider all of this channel coming down as like a downtrend, which it literally is. So now we're looking for, is this going to continue to push back up and trade back in here? Maybe like a bigger M top, and that would be the bigger drop, okay? So what we got to do is, got to see, can these buyers close it above this block here? They're getting rejected and rejected again, okay? Okay, so it did technically close above that hidden block. The 383 is still holding. Now this is opening. I look at the bar, ignited, bullish. It's got to backfill these two big wicks, okay? If it can't fill those wicks and pop, it's going to be a lower high and come back down to that ignited open. So right now, let's just verify, did they release any news or not, okay? See how it's still pending this ADP? So we will, you know, update that and we'll see. We'll see, will there actually be a release of ADP news, or is the government shutdown not releasing that, okay? This is where you're learning in live time now. Okay, so that's a big, strong, bullish ignited candle. pushing right through, created a new high, pushing, wow, okay? So look at that pop now, okay? What caused that? Let's see. There had to be something that caused that. Still pending here. The US dollar just significantly dropped. Okay? If you're in the buy, congratulations, okay? But if you are in a sell, you see how something like that impulsively breaking out maybe triggered your stop loss, and a lot of us are still not even in this, okay? Shitty numbers, ADP negative, so they released, yeah, negative 32,000, previous month's forecast, okay? They were expecting 52,000 positive. Actual number, negative 32,000. What does this mean? Estimated change in the number of employed people during the previous month, excluding the farming industry. These are horrible numbers. Bad numbers. US dollar is dumping while gold just pumped right through there, and now it's getting rejected back down. So I'm going to wait for this full body candle to close, allow all of this volatility to get out of the way, because in 3 minutes we have COMEX market opening, okay? So, did they come up there and just grab liquidity? Are they going to reject this back down? Is it going to continue to build? Lots of things to consider. That's why it's not the best advisable to be trading into news, because if you're on the wrong end and you're over leveraged and you kind of sold, you're in big trouble. Wow. Okay. So just looking for learning purposes, the European 4-hour point of control held, and you can see how it held. Okay. Okay, so we got 2 more minutes to go into the close. If you bought at 383, or you were in a buy with the SST Discord signal, you guys are in good money right now, okay? There's the 383 up to 389 quarter lot size, over 200 US dollars, okay? If you did get in, I told you guys, I was waiting to see the news and COMEX, okay? But if you guys are already in, you should be managing your risk effectively now, okay? Shout out to SST Signal for picking up on that 383. Chris, you're absolutely correct. This could have gone either way with news. Absolutely correct. That's why if I'm not in a trade prior to news, I don't like to get into a trade because you're absolutely correct. It could have gone either way. I'm not going to dispute that. I'm not going to argue that. You're absolutely correct. In this situation, the numbers were really negative, and see how the US dollar is dumping, and it's providing a lot of bullish momentum into gold. If you guys are in buys, congrats, okay? But what I would be doing is I would be reducing my risk. I would maybe be taking my stop loss to break even. I would be scaling out a little bit of profit as well and leaving runners, right? News has wrecked you many times. It's wrecked many traders, not just yourself, okay? To keep it up on a consistent basis every single day to trade into news and remain profitable, it's not easy to do, okay? Now, this bar is going to close in 15 seconds. I'm going to assume it's going to close above this red zone, so I'm just going through my motions. I'm going to make that green. If I'm waiting for a pullback buy, I could be waiting to buy back down in here at 3885. I could be waiting to buy at 3883, or even a deeper zone down in here, okay? Is this going to continue to build? Now, we've got big bullish volume. This is COMEX market open now. Can we find the point of control of that news candle? Yes, bullish ignited, close right there, okay? So where's our 50%? We can start to move our cut line right up to 0.5 right there. See this green zone right there? Now I can start to manipulate it. I can start to move it into that point of control of that news candle. There's that 618. There's that 382. Now I can get rid of it. I see the bearish candle coming right into it right now. Okay, so if you wanted to buy up here or here, you're getting a discounted buy at 385. But this bearish candle, does it have more room to continue to push down? Is COMEX going to pick this up and come back up, or is this going to be a big bearish candle coming all the way back down? Okay, so this is just representing the first 1 minute of COMEX. Okay, so it came down, got a wick. It could come down further, or it could just reverse and go back up. Okay, so if you got triggered, you got triggered. If you're not in it, you're not in it. I'm not in it, so I got to continue to wait. Do I want to buy now when the candle flips? I could, or do I want to wait for this candle to close? Will it come back down and allow me another opportunity to maybe get in? Or, you know, sometimes you got to be quick with this. As scalpers, you got to be very, very fast. You could go down to the 1 minute candles if you like. So you see how bearish, bearish, bearish. It came into that point of control of that previous news candle. You know, some of you guys use that 9 EMA. So there's the 9 EMA and going right back up. It's still this bearish candle right at the open, flipped, but it's got some wicks to fill to continue to come back up here. Okay, so again, you know, I'm not in a trade. So I'm going to wait for all of this news, COMEX to pass by, and maybe once markets settle down, then I'll look for a trade. But you also got to digest news too. You know, like you got to look too. What caused this number? Negative 32,000. Is there an article related to this? Right here, ADP just released. So you can read the article. Private sector employment shed 32,000 jobs in September, and pay was up 4.5% year over year, according to the September ADP national employment. Okay, so, man, private payrolls declined in September by 32,000. Okay, so coming amid the shutdown data blackout. Okay, so private payrolls, wow, okay. How did this affect, you can see it affected, there's US30, here's NASDAQ. We are not on these charts as of yet, but if you are trading those, you can see the volatility that happened at 8:15. Okay, so we got about 90 seconds to go into the close. Okay, so the sellers are pushing it back down. Okay, remember the white line? That was our hourly resistance. So the 5-minute volume came right near that 38.90. Could have been a good TP area for some of you guys, or to scale out. But we've got a big bearish candle coming right back down now. Okay, so are we going to get some good buying opportunities, or is this a serious bearish engulfing candle that's going to close in 1 minute and push further down? Remember, deeper discount buys are in here. Okay. Look at that big bearish engulfing candle coming down now. So what goes up can come down, right? So if you were in buys, that's why we recommend you take your stop loss, go to break even, and don't be scared to take some profit out of the market, because a candle like this can come right back down. It does happen. 30 seconds going to the close. Wow, okay, so look at the sellers now. So, you know, just going through the motions again. If it closes below this zone, they got it. They're going to go red, right? That's just me. So I'm going to assume it's going to close below the top green zone. I'm already going red because you got to be a little bit quicker here. Okay, now we're back trading in, you know, this pocket right here. So we were looking, remember, to sell that, but the news took it a little higher. Okay, so all of these now are red blocks. We could look to maybe continue to sell down, maybe get a retest right here, a retest right here. If you want to kind of pinpoint exactly 50% or the point of control of that big bearish candle, you absolutely can do that. Now you see it opened, ignited, pushing back up. Let's see if it gets a shallow rejection right here or a little bit more into the body. They've rejected it right now, okay? So it could come down bearish and continue to drop down into here. Okay, so it's little spin top. Again, watch that blue volume come up. Will it go back down? Will it continue to push down? Coming back up, blue. Okay, blue, blue, blue. I want to see how it's going to react at this red zone. The trend line, 9 EMA, lots of confluences to continue to push down. They're coming right now. Now let's watch for the retest right here. Okay. So it's at 383. Did this zone now, point of interest, flip bear? So they've rejected it. Okay, they've rejected it now. So do we have enough volume to take out that low and continue to push down? Oh man, I missed out on a sell. I should have taken that shooting star candle. I didn't. So now I got to continue to wait for it to come back up. I was ready to click the button on a sell. I didn't. I missed out. So I don't kind of want to now push down at the low. Fuck, I kind of missed that. That was a perfect retest, short wick. My God. Rob, you're in. I was ready to click the button, and then I just didn't click it. Okay, so now, again, I got to go through my rules. I missed the clicking the button right there at 3881. So do I just want to now sell down at the lowest point? Again, it's against my rules. Got to wait for it to come back up. But damn, that was a good sell. Oh, I'm so angry with myself right now. My bad, guys. I apologize on that. I should have scalped that entry right there. I waited for it to come up. It got rejected as it was coming down. You know, you got to think fast. I didn't, okay? My apologies. So now I got to wait. It came, now look, sellers brought it all the way back down. They broke that low. That's the bottom of that 4-hour point of control, okay? So the buyers are stepping in right there. This bar is going to close in 2 more minutes. Will it come all the way back up? Will it close now below our lower trend line and below here and continue to push down into today's current bullish point of control? Remember when we did this from 7:15? Now it's 8:30 down into here, okay? So still nice big rejection. This point of control could still hold up with buyers, and they could bring it back up and take it back up to here. Okay, so this is now a lot of volatility in the markets, a lot of volume. Look at just when it started, 8:15 News and Comex. Remember all of these little bars, how it was trading? Now look at the market, okay? So it really opens up, very volatile. This is where you got to start reducing risk going into news or exchanges. If you don't understand this, then it's hard to learn this stuff, guys. Man, I missed out on that candle, okay? I just want to measure it just for, holy fuck, 55 pips. Oh, I'm so frustrated with myself right now. Because that could have been, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, whatever. But minimal to zero drawdown, break even, taking some profit. But sometimes you miss it. Okay, so we got 30 seconds to go in the close. If they close it below this big green zone, our 4-hour European point of control is going to turn red, okay? Just so you guys know what I'm going to do ahead of time. Right here, traders add to bets on 2 more Fed rate cuts this year, okay? So they're betting that the rate cuts are going to increase with Powell due to the labor market, due to, I don't think inflation is going down. Okay, so there's the close right there, right below that, you know, that green zone right in here. Okay, so it's still bearish. Man, as much as I want to take this candle, I kind of want to sell at a premium area back above here to see if this thing can come back up. Also for buyers, if you're looking to buy, again, down somewhere down at this yellow line, 3869, 3870, if you're looking to buy. This is a better buying opportunity than just right here. This is your daily, current daily bullish point of control when we were doing our analysis, okay? So that's where also daily point of interest and your 200 EMA is down there, okay? So now it's a big bullish candle coming right back up. Is it going to get rejected back down? Because I might sell down with this momentum, but right now it's coming right back up. So it's coming back up, bullish, bullish, bullish. Again, still in this green box. We're trading in this big green box. That's at European 4-hour point of interest. Still holding inside here. So it's coming up, bullish, bullish, bullish. Okay, so they've rejected it back down. Guys, I honestly, I apologize for that. 99% I should have sold. I don't know why. I waited for that pullback and short wick. I just should have sold it up there. Okay, so now we got this indecision. We had open bearish, come back up bullish, push back down. Blue volume holding, 3 more minutes to go. This is representing 8:30 now, new 30-minute candle in the market. Okay, so half of this 5-minute candle has expired. 2.5 minutes to go. Buyers, bulls, are in control of the volume. Okay, so still has not broke our European 4-hour block, the bigger green zone. So buyers are still, building it up. Okay, we could come back up, right? Okay, so you could either buy this candle if you like again, or wait for it to confirm closure. I'm going to wait. I've been waiting this entire session. Now I don't want to just buy on impulse because I'm mad that I didn't get that sell and now I'm angry. No, you got to remain patient. You got to continue to watch. It came up. Sellers are still there pushing it down. We might consolidate in this block for a little bit, okay? But one thing that we all have to recognize is volatility has increased. The volume of the candles has increased. So you're going to have to adjust your risk management according. We're not trading with these type of candles anymore. You can see entire ranges, volume, everything has picked up. So if you're trying to trade now with like a small 10, 20, 30 pip stop loss and you're on the wrong end, you're guaranteed you're going to get stopped out. Just look at the range of the last candle, 75 pips. Okay, this candle right now, the whole entire range is 50 pip candle. Okay, so you really got to now, adjust your risk accordingly. Here's the close in 1 minute. So it came back up, they're rejecting it back down. Okay, if it closes below here, so we're at the bottom half where sellers could continue to push it down into this daily point of control on the daily, and then we've lost all European support. Okay, and in my opinion, the short term is still trending down. Lower low, lower high. Lower low came up there, that's a lower high, and they've produced lower lows. So we could still continue to push down. 30 seconds to go into the close. Good job, Mike. You're not going to trade today. You've hit your target. Congrats, man. That's what trading is all about. Go hit your daily goals, and that's it. Wrap it up. You're done. What else is there to trade for when you've had a disciplined daily goal? You've achieved it. That's it. You're done trading. Treat it like a job. Clock in and clock out. You're done. Okay. So open bullish ignited. Watch for a quick retest and a drop. Okay. Yep. Retest. Okay. As soon as this candle opens black, could maybe continue push down. Still holding that bullish ignited open. Still bullish ignited. There it goes. Got rejected, coming back up. Let's see, back up. But we saw it broke. Okay, now will it get rejected right there at the trend line, at the red box? One more time, will they push this thing down? Okay, I'm going to go into sell now. Okay, and stop loss now, I'm going to place it above kind of like this hidden block up here, that original red zone above the trend line. I could go with a bigger stop, right? I could bring it a little higher. I'm just going to keep it right there for now. And in my TP, I'm looking to see if I can come down into that daily point of control yellow line, maybe the 200 EMA as a target, right? I'm in a sell. It came back up bullish, it got rejected, pushing down. We got some short wicks. Maybe if the sellers can just continue to push this thing down a little further, maybe we could continue push down, okay? So I'm entertaining a sell down in here to see if we can naturally just continue to push down into this demand zone down in here. Okay, and then if it does come back up, I'm giving it room to breathe for more offers to come into the market to continue to push this thing back down, right? So let's measure from right here, coming down to the top of that green box would be about 30 to 35 pips. If it goes down there, that might be ideal time to maybe reduce risk, bring your stop loss a little lower. Maybe you go to break even if we get it down there. However, if we can get down to that yellow line, that's about 60 pips in profit. Then at 200 is 65, 70 pips down into there, okay? But that's where I'm looking for, okay? So I'm in a sell, guys. I want to continue going down with this short-term momentum, but, you know, it's at the bottom of this 4-hour, you know, point of control where these buyers are still technically here, still holding it. But if we can close with some bear volume below here, then what I want to do is I want to flip this entire green zone red. And then if we're coming back in here, maybe the bigger 4-hour point of control can bring more offers to technically push this thing down, okay? And my maximum risk is like, I want to be maybe above this block. I could go a little higher up there, but you know, that's good enough for me. I'm above the trend line, I'm above there. Anything more, it could just break out bullish and I don't want to be part of it, okay? So now that I'm in the trade, I know how much I've risked. I've calculated how much I'm willing to be in on this trade, my lot sizing. Now it's not about panicking now. Now I know I could go in drawdown. I know I can go in profit, right? So now it's just watching the bodies continue of the candles, how it came up, they rejected it. We haven't broke a low as of yet. I'm looking for volume to close below. I'm following the volume. 2 more minutes to go on this candle. It will go into 840. Then I know there's an 845 15-minute candle coming in the market. So what I really got to see is sellers to continue to close it below here. Okay, right now they're failing to close it below there. Buyers are still, in fact, in this market, continuing to buy this thing back up. What's my stop loss? Stop loss is right there, guys. Can you guys not see that gray shaded zone? There's the stop loss. 388.485, right up there. 3884.50 cents. And in this blue target is a TP target. Okay, shooting star candle, now pushing down. We took out the low, okay? With 1 more minute to go, can we push down with this momentum, create a new lower low? Those are, in fact, tweezer bottom lows. Those are the worst thing a seller wants to see, are those equal bottom lows at a 4-hour point of control. That's the worst possible scenario I wanted to see right there. Those equal lows at a 4-hour bullish point of control, because if they're technically holding the market right now from further breaking down. So that now could signal that it holds, and if it doesn't break right now, next candle is bullish, coming right back up, okay? Or just on the same candle, right there, that little technical indicator right there. You know, as much as if it just moved 5 points down, how much it would have interrupted the algorithm and the depth of market. That right there is an equal body lows. I absolutely hate that happened right now while I'm in a sell into the close of the candle. Because this could go against me, and I'm telling you guys, that right there could cause me to get my stop loss hit in this trade. Okay, so it did in fact close below there. So I'm going to go through the motions. Green to red now, okay? Okay, so now this is, remember this block was the European 4-hour block. Now it's representing that this could be now transitioning into a 4-hour bearish point of control. Okay, this is just first candle, first 10 seconds. This, remember, is a 4-hour block. So it might take time to develop in here. But right now, if the buyers are buying now, this could be offers are coming down into the market, okay? Now, let's see if we can break that equal bottom lows with some momentum to the downside. I can't stress how much we need a lower low like right now, early in this candle, where the market is trading right here. We just need sellers to bid down into here. Just bid down into here. Keep bidding, keep bidding, keep bidding. We're again at that now equal bottom low. This could be a triple bottom low. There's the break. So we broke it. That was a break of structure. However the hell you guys want to call it, change of character, goulash, turtle soup, chicken noodle soup. We broke it. Now we're pushing down. Okay. So we created our lower low, but the volume has to coincide. It has to continue to follow through, and we need to close below those equal bottom lows so we can make that resistance going forward. Okay. But if you're just a quick scalper, that's 20 pips, like right there. Yes, it did incur 10 pips of drawdown, but if you're looking for 20 pips, you got a 1 to 2 on your money real quick. I'm not looking for just a real quick scalp. Okay, remember, we're looking for at least come down to there and get 35 pips there. Now you can go to a break even up 35 pips, guys. The markets move fast, so I'm trying to talk fast with you guys. But you can go to a break even, 35 pips up right now. You can initiate and take some profit out of the market. That's 40 pip drop right there, okay? If you like, there's no questions right now. This should be automatic, very robotic trading. No guessing, okay? Worst case scenario now, I know, is a break even. At least you see, guys, how I only realized how much drawdown, just on that wick of 7 pips, 9 pips of drawdown, unrealized. Now I'm at break even, so I have no capital at risk. If the buyers bring it all the way back up, okay, it's a trade break even. I can accept that, no worries. But what I can't accept is when it came down there at 40 pips, I didn't take any money out. That's where this shit has to become very automatic, guys. You got to have a disciplined approach. On the next call, I'm going to put in the header, if any trade goes 30, 40 pips in profit, I will automatically go to a break even and I will automatically be taking out 80%. I'm going to make that verbal at the start of every single call, okay, to show you guys how the market can return. If you're looking to scalp these markets, you got to have a plan. Right there, I just got tapped out at break even. So I just pissed away again on these calls. 40 pips of profit because I failed to take something out. That is pure greed on my part, guys. I don't necessarily trade like this. I'm telling you guys, I want to educate you guys. This is how I trade. This telegram right over here, where I showed you guys, I'm a very automatic trader right here. This was trading gold US30 for just quick moves, 14 pips, 10 pips, 12 pips, 15 pips, 6 pips, 18 pips, 20 pips, just boom, 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 and looking for those and ending the day with 1,200 bucks. That's right there, okay? My mistake, guys. But the way how I can educate is a break even is fine. Now, do you guys understand? When it came in here, those buyers were waiting in that zone. But when it came down, remember I measured it right down to there, and I said verbally, guys, please look to do something here, okay? Yes, it could come down. Technically, it could come down, but we don't trade like that. We don't trade hoping and praying and this and that. Have a consistent plan every single day. I can't tell you how much profit I give up on these calls trying to continue to teach this, and it's affecting me. So next time on these calls, I'm going to have a header here saying, when I am trading, any trade that goes into 30 or 40 pips of profit, I will automatically be at a break even, and I will simultaneously be taking out 80% of profit and putting the rest 20% at break even. I do this very fast on my mobile, okay? So, but I got to do it on my phone while I'm talking here to you guys, educating you guys. But I need you guys to understand why I trade very robotic like this, okay? I don't ask me why or how. You just saw the evidence right there that I just pissed away 40 pips of profit, okay? 40 pips add up because I could look for another trade in a little bit, grab another 20, 30 pips. I could look for one more and I could hit 100 pips for the day. But if I continuously want more and want more and want more, it's just an unrealized gain and it will go right back to either break even or look, if I didn't go to a break even, it could potentially start coming after stop loss, right? So you've got to have some rules in trading. If you don't have rules, forget about trading, guys. I'm trying to tell you guys the honest to God truth. And I hate how I might sound bad. But if you don't have any rules or discipline in trading, forget trading. Trading will not be for you. Trading is not a game for you to just guess. Trading has to be a very disciplined approach, okay? So right now, you see it's coming back in, pushing right back down. Do I want to scalp this candle and enter one more time? Maybe get back into my sell and continue to push down? It's a rather large wick. So even if I go into another sell, it's got to come down, all the way down, take out that and go down. So maybe we've got to wait for it to come back up in a location to get bigger offers to continue to push this thing down, okay? Guys, please, I hope you guys are learning, okay? We don't just do this for views or likes or subscribes. We appreciate those, but ultimately, Dave and I are here for you guys to learn discipline. Everyone says, Ron, how do I learn discipline? How do I learn patience? I try the best, guys, to teach you guys this on a daily basis. These zones, you saw, we spent 1 hour in the morning figuring out these zones. So when the volume comes into these zones, let's do something, okay? We have to. Please, guys, because this affects me on this calls too. It does. If we trade all together with the same mindset, believe me, we'll be doing really well on these calls together. But someone said, Ron, why don't you just trade the way how you trade? And if people don't take out profit or people don't adjust their stop losses, that's on them. I always, for the 6 years I've been doing this, it always affects me in the back of the head. Always. So I got to trade more robotic, just like if you guys were not here, the way how I normally trade. I have to, okay? And yes, sometimes I'll take out 40 pips and then it continues dropping down. Then someone's going to say to me, well, Ron, why did you take out so fast? I don't play this would have, should have, could have game. See now how it's coming down? Okay, so it could definitely come back down, take out that low and drop further. But in a situation like that where it came, that was bullish, this thing could have been a blue candle coming all the way back up here, okay? I do not play that game. I know some trading is a game for some traders, not a game for me. This is my livelihood. This is like my business. This is how I put food on the table for my kids to eat and pay bills at home. It's should be the same way for you guys, unless you guys are learning. It's not easy, guys. Trading is not easy, okay? It's definitely not easy. But if you're still in this, okay, I do reduce risk because I want you guys to learn risk management. Yes, some of you guys didn't go to a break even. You still have your stop loss above here and you guys are still in the trade. I understand. But I'm doing this for new traders who just start, that don't know how to bring their stop loss to break even. I want them to learn that as much as possible. Then you can learn what to do with profits later on. But it keeps me sane knowing that I have no capital at risk. Therefore, the traders that are, kind of copying what I do, you guys have no risk, okay? I can't sleep at night knowing that if you guys are over leveraging your accounts and blowing up accounts, I know it's not my responsibility, but I do feel responsible, okay? There's a lot of traders out there that go live, but they don't care about you. They do. I'm telling you the honest God truth. I've seen some traders out there. They do not give a shit about they look for views and they look for subscriptions. That's what they're looking for. I'm not for that. We appreciate if you're getting value, we appreciate a like. If you want to subscribe to the channel, join us daily. We appreciate that. But I'm not here for that. I don't really care. If we don't reach 100,000, I'm still going to go on with my daily life. I don't care about that. But I'm more concerned about you guys learning, okay? Yes, it did come down, okay? I screwed up. Then someone's going to say, well, Ron, you screwed up. Okay, if you think that I screwed up there by going to a break even, I accept that. I screwed up then. My screw up is not going to break even. My screw up was not taking out some profit. Again, now if you're in this trade, the market is now allowing you another opportunity to take out, because look at where we're coming down to now. Now, this is not a Mickey Mouse zone. This is the daily point of interest and your 200 EMA and 50% of this daily coin. This box was today's current bullish volume. Remember when we were dissecting how much volume was in today's daily candle? At 7:15 a.m. It's almost 9 a.m. So when it comes down there, now this is where if you didn't take out any profit there, you should be at least taking something out here. And that measured move, again, remember when we measured it? I entered on the break of that candle. I'm not in this anymore, but if I was, that's 50 pips, 52. If it gets down there, 60. To there, 65. I would definitely be taking partials out, because this is where it can come right back up, right? If you're a seller, you're selling deep into where the buyers are. In order to exchange and realize your profit, you gotta sell where the buyers are. This is where there's technical buyers waiting to buy at discount. Sell your profit to them. Realize your money. Okay? And this now, you see that bigger red zone? That's now the 4-hour point of control. If I go to the 4-hour candles and show you right here, look at the 4-hour candle that's coming down now. Okay? So you see how that zone now is red? So this is a 4-hour candle that's still going to close in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Now it's pushing into the today's current bullish point of control. If this 4-hour candle, breaks even lower, next point is 3867. If it drops further, right there's an opening balance of a 4-hour candle. That was Europe, 3863, right? Because it could get a wick and come right back up and trade back into this red zone, and we see if sellers will continue push it down in there. Okay, so if you want to look on it, how it looks on the hourly, this is what you got. There was the news candle. Remember, it spiked up, got rejected right there at that white line. That white line was, remember when we did this at 5 a.m.? I cut that candle in half. There it is, 3890. So that bullish ADP news, when it broke out, it was a fake out to grab liquidity. And look at it, it's continuing to make a lower high, push down, fill that wick. Hourly candles breaking right into there. That 3 a.m. London point of control, yellow line. If you're selling, look at what you're selling right into. Okay? I'm not making this up. I'm showing you exactly what you're selling into. If you believe that this selling pressure is going to continue break here, it definitely can. But what we got to do is we got to continue to follow this hourly candle that's closing in 7 minutes. What happens if it continues push through here, close below there? We're going to flip that green zone red, might retest this, and gold is continuing to drop down today, okay? So that's what we now have to understand. Hourly candles are trading now at a very serious point of control from Europe that started this big bullish engulfing candle. Okay, so you're trading right into it right now. And all of these, if you want to clean up the zone, get rid of this inside red box. You could kind of get rid of this one, get rid of this one, get rid of that sell line. Continue, 50%. This is if you're still in a trade, how to trail it. That's a big bearish candle, 50% still. If this breaks, we could continue to drop down. So if you're still in this and you got profits running, continue to use your cut line and place it at 50% of every bearish candle volume. If they're a big bearish ball, like not at that one, not at that one, at this one. And then you see it came in there, rejected. This could continue to drop down further, right? That's how you can trail your moves. Okay, guys, it is 8:53. As much as I want to sit on gold this entire call, we got to do some analysis on NASDAQ and US30. But man, we spent a lot of time on this. We did a lot of analyzing. Did you guys at least learn something from this today or not? I know I talk a lot, guys, but I try to help to the best of my ability. If I'm telling you the honest truth, if I was still in this trade, I probably would be closing my entire trade down in here. Even if the 20% remaining, if I was still in this, I'd be closing out, realizing my profit, because if I'm going to go to a new security, I don't want to keep my mind still on this. Just want to trade it, make some money, and go on to the next security. That's what I would be doing if I was still in this, because I really respect this green zone. Okay, if you guys learned something, hit the like button, because it does show me at the end of the call. There's 600 viewers. If there's only 20 likes, then 580 of you guys didn't learn nothing. If you guys learned something, I like to see above 50%. If there's more than 300 likes with 600 viewers, I know that then you guys are engaged. You guys learned something. It gives me incentive to come back tomorrow morning and teach again, right? If you're showing me that you guys are not learning, what am I here for? It's a waste of my time. I got a lot of things going on in my life right now that I don't need to be here right now, but I choose to be here because I want you guys to continuously learn. Learning is knowledge. Knowledge is power. You can financially free yourself from anything in life if you learn this, but you got to be consistent. You got to be disciplined. Okay, don't play this woulda, shoulda, coulda game. I used to play that back in the day, and when I added up how much money I left on the table, It could have paid a mortgage. It could have bought me a new car. It could have paid groceries for the month. I don't do that anymore. Trading is it's not a game for me. Okay. Guys, I'm going to move into now NASDAQ and US30. Okay. So if you guys can hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you guys very much. We appreciate every individual subscribe. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it. So now it's breaking through here. Okay. So you can tell that this is some serious selling pressure. Was it caused by this ADP news? Possibly. And the US dollar, you know, rebounding a little bit, whatever it is. But if you're in this, please manage it, because I'm going to move over to some other securities right now, okay? Okay, are you guys ready now? Can we now switch focus? I know some of you guys are still in this, but just go through the motions. If this bearish candle closes below here, you're going to flip this green zone red, right? And this yellow line will be your point of control of that red zone. If it comes back, closes inside here, again, it might trade in here, consolidate in here. It could turn itself back up. If you're looking to buy, what I would be doing now is watching, is it going to gather volume inside here? Is it going to come back up? Will it close maybe above there? Maybe like there. 38.72 might be a potential opportunity to look for a buy to take it back up here. Okay, but the selling pressure is strong. Don't just be buying falling knives, because look at it, how deep it could drop. Okay, so if you're in that, congrats. Look at the daily candle now. Like, look at it. Now it's a big wick. We just lost the point of control right now. It could come back in or close below here. And we're not too far from the opening balance right down in there. And then there's the lowest point of the day. Okay, you can see how today's daily bullish candle was all the way up there at the all-time high. And you see slowly the 5 minutes, there's the M top, break down, lower low, come back up, lower high. 50% of that candle, consolidate, continue push down, new lower low. You guys were learning together with me, break of structure. You guys said when it came up, it's a change of character, right? And look at where it came into. Hourly, this was the news, hourly resistance, white line, continued, still stayed in that trend, continuing push down. Remember, I took a sell, you know, down in here, and then push down. The rest is history, okay? Congratulations to those that learned something from that. I hope you guys honestly did. Okay, I'm going to do, guys, now a top down, because it is almost 9 a.m. and we got 30 minutes till Wall Street, and we do have some 10 a.m. news today. We've got a lot going on. What is our 10 a.m. news? ISM manufacturing. Again, will they release this due to government shutdown? We will see, okay? But it is previous month's data, so I don't see why they shouldn't release it. But again, we're more concerned about NFP Friday. Will they release NFP's news? That's the big folders. Okay, so I'm gonna do US30 and NASDAQ. Remember, I took my time with gold, but I'm gonna go a little faster here. I'm gonna do the same thing from the daily, 4 hour, hourly, 5 minutes. But I'm not gonna break it. When you see me getting my Fibonacci tool looking, I'm not gonna explain everything. I'm just gonna do it. Okay, I assume you guys know what I'm doing because you guys are following. If you guys are paying attention, okay? I'm going to show you how I do the same exact analysis, what I just did on gold. Now you see I'm switching focus to US30 and NASDAQ. I'm doing the same exact analysis. Doesn't matter the security. It's all the price action we're looking at, candle bars, okay? So I'm starting with US30 first. Why? I don't know. I like US30. It's the first one on the chart. That's why. No preferences here. But what I'm doing is on the daily, okay? So follow with me. These are daily candles. We can see some structure. One structure that I want everyone to always see is this one. That was a previous all-time high, December 2024. There's the second time it came in there, February of this year, 2025. Second top, M drop, okay? If you see that on the 5 minute pattern, you might see it again. We came in here. If you stretch it into the future, again, we came in here, July of this year, end of July, August of this year, drop back down. We came in here. There's a bar that actually now physically closed above the blue one, right? Right there. On that day, Friday, August 22, Jackson Hole Symposium, Powell, day 2 of the conference, hinted rate cuts in the near future. And look at how the market rallied. That day was very positive. Switch your red zone to green zone. Stretch in the future. You see, 1 week later, it came right in that point of control. You could have bought out of there, and you could have been trading US30 swing trading to all-time highs. For sanity, on YouTube, I'm speaking to you, sir. You were asking me, Ron, how do we swing trade? right there, right there. You see how it starts on the daily, your daily analysis, stretch it into the future. What do I always say? Please, sanity, if you're here, listen, there's a point of control, yellow line in that block. Add an alert. If you're a swing trader, don't be looking at 5-minute candles. Go to your 4-hour or hourly. Now you can see right there, sanity. Here's your swing trade setup. There was Jackson Hole Symposium, Powell speaking. There's the volume close above. See it when it retraced back down? Did it signal inside here? No. Came back up. Double top. They came back down. There it is. You would have got a signal in there. You could have initiated position, placed your stop loss below there. It came right there, bullish engulfing. You could have bought anywhere out of here on a swing trade, right? If I was a swing trader, okay, anywhere. Let's say, for example, I bought out of there. My stop loss technically would be at least below, I would be below the green zone, right? Just like I do on the 5 minutes. And if someone's going to say to me, Ron, holy shit, you're risking that much? You're risking 400 pips? When I'm scalping, I'm risking 20, 30, 40 pips. This is 400, right? But I'm not trading for a 5-minute candle. I'm looking to hold for multiple duration. I'm swinging a trade. Where would be my location? Right there. You can see right there. Okay, as a swing trade, it came right into that resistance. How much profit are you in? I don't know. Calculate it up there. You're in 500, 600 pips of profit. There's a good swing trade. When it goes in there, you can start to reduce your risk. Maybe bring your swing trade to break even, right? And if you're still in it and it continues to go, you're continuing to bank. Some swing traders are still holding this. They're still holding this. You know, it's hard to believe, but they are still holding this. They're still holding this. They were up 1,500 pips, you know, like, it depends on what you want, what you're looking for, right? Everyone has different perspective, but it all starts with some sort of analysis, just like we do as scalpers. You're just looking for higher time frame locations, okay? That makes sense, guys. Now we got to go back to the daily, okay? Look at where we're trading at right now. So, you know, this block, stretch it into the future. We're nowhere near that. If it ever comes back down here, yeah, I'll look with you guys for a swing buy as well. But right now, we're nowhere near that, okay? Is there other zones? Yes, look at this zone right here, okay? I got to go quicker, guys. There was a red zone, blue candle close above, flip green zone, play this game all day, go into the future, still holding. If it ever comes back down in here, potential buy could happen in there. How do I get ready, position myself for buys? Yellow line, 50%, add a signal, add an alert, bada boom, bada bing, create it, and we're good, okay? Now, we got to see what's going on. All-time high, US30, orange line. We got up all-time high right up there. What's going on since then? I see a lower high, lower high, lower high, right? So do we have now two bodies? There's two bodies of volume. I got a wick there, and a wick there. So again, look at guys how I'm realizing a red zone. I'm doing this freestyle right now, showing you guys, okay? Don't ask me how I'm doing this, okay? Because I don't have time to explain this. Just follow what I'm doing, okay? And right there, it pivot, came up, stopped, pushed down. That's got to be a yellow line. Whether you like it or not, place a yellow line there. The market pushed up on Powell, pivoted back down, stopped in the block, went back up, closed with volume above, holding. All-time high. Since then, we came all the way back down to this block. There's a nice, another pivot right there on the daily. Right there, the market came back up and stopped and went back up bullish. Now look at these shitty days, last few days. Monday, spin top. Tuesday, spin top. Today, like, it's just consolidating with buyers and sellers continue to accumulate. Are we going to continue to break out, fill these wicks and get to that all-time high? Or are we going to come back down? Right now, it's hard to say because we're in this zone right here, okay? But let's follow yesterday's volume, okay? Opened, it was initially bearish, came back up, holding point of control. Did anybody find points of control of this candle? Okay, if you didn't, I'm going to help you do it right now. Last Friday, open, close, okay? Where's the point of control? Right there, right there. Box, hamburger meat, stretch it into the future. Are we still holding this? Yes, we are. I can see we traded in it Monday, back up. We came a little deeper right inside it, Tuesday, back up. Today, let's follow today's volume now. We came all the way down. We opened, it was bearish, 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 bearish. Look at where our wick is. They technically just broke that point of control, came down there and saved it from dropping down further, brought it right back up, right back up. We broke out to the highest point. And there's our daily high inside there and pushing. We're right at virtually the opening balance. Okay, so you know when I have a point of interest where we closed and we opened, look at all of today's range is right back to the opening balance price. So your guess is good as mine. What's going to happen in Wall Street? Are sellers going to continue push it down, or buyers going to continue push it up? This could be one of those choppy, crazy, sideways days that you regret trading. And you say, why did I trade this day? It's so choppy. This could be right now telling us that today could be one of those choppy days. Yes, it could come up, but it could go back down. It could go back up. The daily candle right now is 8 hours left, but it's already showing us lots of indecision in the range. Okay, so you got to prepare for this. You got to know what you're going to do. And now if you want to bring your green zone down to today's purple line low, there, now you got it. I will only look or entertains, if I'm a 4-hour swing trader, I want to look for sellers to continue to close it below there, flip that. I could sell that as a swing trade to continue to come down in there. Maybe make some weekly pips, right? But right now, look at it. If this was 5 minutes, if these were 5-minute candles, I would be saying, guys, we're not trading this shit. Let's wait for something up here. Let's wait for something below here. Unfortunately, these are daily candles. So what we got to do with daily candles is we got to dissect. We got to cut it 4 hours, see what happened in Europe, come down to the hourly, things like that. If we continue to come up and break out right there, I kind of want to 46,495, 46,500 psychological area. Just place a yellow line up there just to keep an eye on that, okay? Because that could be the resistance, continue pushing down. From daily, 4 hour now, okay? Sorry guys, I'm talking so fast, but I have to. Look at the 4 hour, okay? There was the big push to the all-time high. From there, came back down, came up, lower low, lower highs, continue push down. We found support there. Now we are coming right back up. It came back up, right up to there, lower high, Get your Fibonacci, guys. If you want to do this or not, it doesn't bother me. I do this. I know what I'm looking for. Okay, that big bearish engulfing candle, there's your point of control. You can see exactly when it came in, pushed down. Still holding it, still holding it. So it's still holding down. Look at the 4 hour candles. Wow, these are disgusting. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Came back down, coming back up bullish. If you want to trap all this garbage, trap it. And don't even trade this shit, okay? If you're a swing trader, you got to train your mind to understand that sellers are accumulating and buyers are accumulating. Eventually, when the market decides, it will redistribute when it's ready, either to the upside and make a new all-time high or a lower high, or sellers will redistribute it down here and sell it back down there. Or we could just get multiple days where the market is just doing this sideways, this shit and accumulating. 3 moves. You got to be patient and disciplined to have a bias and wait for your opportunity. Okay, because both sellers and buyers are accumulating. Someone will get squeezed out of here. There's a lot of swing traders who are selling the US30. There's a lot of swing traders who are buying it. Eventually, when the market decides, when it's accumulating enough volume and news, it will either break to the upside or break to the downside. It's not going to stay in here forever, okay? But right now it is. You can see when it started trading here, Friday, September 26th. Today is Wednesday, October 1st. You can see how long we've been consolidating in here. Do we have any good information from these 4 hour candles? Let's see. This one was Europe. Open bearish, 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 bearish. Made our lowest point of the day. Took out that previous low. Still holding higher uptrends over here. It came back up with the buyers, buyers, buyers. They pushed it. They closed it right there. Our new 6 a.m. to 4 a.m., 10 a.m. candle, 4 hour candle here is representing New York. Open, small pullback. Bullish, bullish, bullish. Is it going to come all the way back up to the highest point of the day? Is this going to be a lower high at this daily point of interest? That's the opening balance. Is it going to get pushed down? And we're going to push back down, okay? So I don't know what's going to happen here. I like to go to the hourly and see. Now you can see the hourly candles are, aggressively moving down. They're coming right back up. This is where, guys, you can see it came down, back up. What's the next move? It could come back down, right? Could come down maybe here or here. Will it break for a new low? Will it come in here, hold that, and then go back up? I don't know, right? The hours will tell us what's going on. But right now, big 7 a.m. candle, strong. Pull back, going back up. So you can look at structure on the hourly if you like. You could base, some scalping off of this hourly candle. Do you see that wick and that wick? Do you see that there's still a little tiny bullish unmitigated zone right there on the hourly? Right there. Do you guys see that tiny little zone? you know, those guys that trade fair value gaps, that wick and that wick, see that little body of volume? That is untapped still in the market. That has not been tapped. There's still pending buyers waiting. So technically, what if the market comes all the way down there, fills that wick, comes right in there, and then it shoots back up? Possibility, okay? But it could technically just, it's such a small zone, break and come down there, retest this, and we're selling back down, okay? You can identify that zone if you like, or you can do what I do and just grab your Fibonacci tool, get a more consistent reading from the open close of that hour, go from the opening price, closing price, where's 50%, right there. Remember, I'm basing it off of a 1 hour, so it's a white line to let me know that it's either a 4H or 1H. There's my point of control right there, and stretch it into the future, okay? I know it's still got a little bit of a gap left below. You can extend it if you like. That's up to you. Doesn't matter, okay? But that's that point of control. If we do come down in here, okay, we got to understand what could happen. It could come down in here, it could go back up. It could break, close, red, come back, retest, and then we're driving back down in here, okay? So that's a little inside block today that might get tested, okay? So it's acknowledged in the market now, okay? So let's go into the 5 minutes and get ready because it is 9:12. 5 minute candles, like look at where it kind of bottomed out, all that. Remember, we had this on Monday, this disgusting volume. I know I got in a buy. I was holding it. In this situation, it's pretty much the same exact thing. But this one worked out, in fact, okay? So it came up, back down, closed. Okay, so this zone now, you can see how it was consolidating in there. They released it to the downside, accumulated it back down here at the lowest point of the day, and then kind of came right back up, closed above, pushed up. There was that retest in there and continued push. Now you see these disgusting 5 minute candles. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. They're barcoding. 5 minute candles, we do the same shit. Trap this garbage, okay? And avoid trading this at all costs. Even the 5 minute buyers and sellers are accumulating the scalpers in the market. Some sellers are trying to sell, some are trying to buy. Again, just like I showed you, buyers could accumulate and we're testing back up here. Sellers are accumulating, could kind of break down here and test this, or it could just continue to trade inside this zone. What I would do is I would concentrate on trading the bigger blocks, okay? I would be seeing what type of reaction we get in this red zone. If the buyers are coming in here, will the sellers protect the highest point day and drop it down? You can see that the 5 minute buyers failed to close above this daily point of interest, and sellers, they did sell right in there on that news. There's that ADP came back up. So Wall Street, are they going to redistribute this back to the downside, or are we going to continue coming up? Is there a trend? Yeah, absolutely. There is a trend right now forming from the lowest point of the day. You know, you can play the connect the dot game. There it is, connecting the dots. That wick got those bodies. I got that pullback, kind of almost had ADP right there, and continue. So that is showing me there's a bullish trend going on in the market right now, okay, on US30. If I'm looking for sells, let's see if it breaks the trend, breaks that green zone, close below, we flip it red, then we can sell back down to maybe the lowest point of the day, or that yellow line, 46,100 on the dot, where they protect the lowest point of the day and buyers are buying right there to prevent it from breaking down, okay, and not break the lowest point of the day. That move could be engineered as we're speaking, okay? So that's why that yellow line is right there at that daily low. That's there for a specific reason. I'm not guessing why it's there, okay? You got to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together. Now we add our daily bar indicator. Look at the daily bar. Remember, we opened right there. That's how far we are from the opening balance. It was initially bullish today, got rejected, pushed all the way down. We came right back up. This trend is showing us all of the buying momentum and still got this selling pressure, but we got to come back to the opening balance. Maybe Wall Street will break it out, but it could push right back down. Or there's enough sellers accumulated and ready to drop this down during Wall Street, okay? EMA's 9, we're at the EMA 9, EMA 200. EMA 200 is right at the, the trend line and that point of control, right? So that's our 5 minute analysis on US30. It's 9:15. I got to do NASDAQ really fast. Okay, so I'm going to keep US30 US30 right here to the left of our charts. Okay, just a little review of gold. Okay, so gold, look, came right up to that red line came in there, pulled back, and big bearish engulfing candle come back down. This zone is now red. Now you have a possibility of a bearish crossover with your EMAs. There's your EMA 9 getting to your 200 could cause a bearish crossover and continue to sell off to the opening price of gold today at 38.58. Is there anyone still in the sell holding or added a position? Because if you did, I want to just say congratulations. Well done. Well done. If you did continue to hold, if you scaled out, but if you understand how it came up, but the sell, like, remember how it's a game. Just keep making your bigger zones coincide with everything. Emirates, you're at 90 pips of a new pull. Good job, guys. Good. Like, if you did, congratulations. I wish I was part of that with you guys, but I lived through you guys. If you guys got it, fantastic. Okay. Let's do NASDAQ now. So unrelated to US30, NASDAQ is a completely different US index. This one is related more towards tech, not 100%, but about 60% of this securities in this index are tech related. Some of you guys enjoy tech. This is the security I would be trading if I like tech myself, right? There, same thing. December 2024 top, February of this year, second top, drop. All of this down here, early April was Liberation Day with Donald Trump. Tariffs were announced in the world and kind of caused all this type of crazy volatility. But the market recovered and it came back up and it closed above this zone. As soon as it closes above, motions. Just like a sports player goes through the motions every single day. Closed above. Has it ever came back down here? No. Again, draw a yellow line right in there. Daily point of interest. Add yourself an alert, swing alert, or anything created. Is it ever going to come back down to 22,000? I don't know. We're trading at almost 25,000 right now. We got to worry about up here. And look at the structure that's being built above this block. Okay. Now let's look for pivots real quickly. It pushed up, pushed up, pushed up, pushed up. It stopped right there. There's no debate. It stopped right there. There's a big bearish bar that came down and closed below structure. Then it pushed down 2 days. Bearish, bearish. And it stopped right there. There's your pivot points, your daily points of interest, yellow line right there. Then it continued to push right back up. That was a previous all-time high. Then they rejected it back down, okay? So look at all these pivot points. Right there was a pivot in the market. Notice how I'm not placing at the highest wick. I'm placing it at the bodies, the structure, okay? Structure. You guys trade BOS, break of structure. Do you guys trade break of wick? Is that a term? Break of a wick? That's just a higher high or a lower low. That's all that is. Okay? That's a range. But there's the structure. The body closed there, body opened, for example. See how now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bars, 7 days drop down. There's a wick, a wick, a wick. But look at where the candle closed and the next one opened. That's your point of interest. Right there, yellow line. Now I see a wick, a wick, a wick, a wick. When you see the wicks, you can clump them together like this. Draw a zone where the wicks are. Make it neutral so I can just educate real quick. See there what I just did? I got 1 wick, 2 wick, 3 wicks, 4 wicks. I just trapped it in that zone. I can extend those wicks into the future, but what I do is, how I learned how to do this is I go backwards. I go backwards, and look at that. Bearish bar, point of control. I could draw a yellow line and look at that big bullish engulfing candle close above. That's what started it all. That bullish volume right there on that bar. When it came in, the buyers protected it back up. So this is a green zone. I make it neutral so you can see what I'm doing, but that's a green zone. It's showing support. It's showing buyers. It's showing demand. It's showing whatever the hell you want to call this. Kermit the Frog zone. There it is. Stretch it into the future. It produced a higher low from this one. Will it ever come back down into here? I don't know. But if it does, I move my point of interest to 50% of that, place an alert, and I wait in here patiently for it to come down into there. It's nowhere near here. So look at then how it bounced off, continued to drive, body closed above the all-time high structure, and we continue to move. There's pivot locations right here. Look how many days the volume closed here, opened here, closed here, opened here, retested this. Now, oh my God, this is such a beautiful like M-top forming. Okay. Holy shit, I gotta breathe. Wow, it's 20 after. We gotta continue going here. Mohammed, you hit your target with 2%. Congratulations, brother. You're killing it, brother. You're killing it, man. Remember when I called you Mohammed back in the day? I didn't see the N as an M, and you told me, Ron, it's Mohammed. And I remember our conversations we had from back in the day and seeing your progress, man. It's inspiring, bro. Continue it up. Discipline. You're done trading now. 2% for the day. You're done. Go on with your day. Continue to learn or go on with your day. This is a job. Clock in and clock out. Okay? See that orange line? All-time high. Now, can you guys visually see a pattern without even me showing you it? Do you see how we drove up? We came back down. Okay, there's a wick. I'm looking at the bodies, points of interest. And then we came back up. They've rejected it, rejected it, rejected it. Look at the bodies. Lower high structure pushing down. Are we going to get selling pressure come back down this wick? Close below those bodies, retest those bodies, drop to fill that, and then all of a sudden we're dropping down here. Follow that path, follow those arrows, okay? There's a reason why I do these arrows, these pathways for you guys. I don't just guess where I'm placing it. I know exactly where I'm placing it. I can see how it came up, all-time high, bearish bar, bearish bar, bearish bar. See the low, but look at where it closed. We got to have a point of interest right here. Yellow line. Same shit, guys, okay? And look at now how it came right back up, okay? So do we have, I told you guys this the other day, when we hit an all-time high, there's bodies of bodies. You do have structure now. Sometimes it takes just 2 candles to identify structure. I'm going to do this neutral to show you guys what I'm looking at. Can everybody see what I just did there? All-time high down to those bodies. There's a wick in there. There's a wick in there. If I was smart and I stretched it into the future, I see that that big bullish day came right in there and dropped again. So guess what color this zone is? Would I make it green? Would I make it white? Or would I make it red? It's not a trick question. Make it red to show you that there was sellers there, there was sellers there, and there was sellers there. Now I stretch it into the future. If it ever comes back in here, I'm going to assume that there's sellers there again. So what I can do is place a yellow line halfway, right at that, place an alert. If I ever want to short the second top of the all-time high on US30 going into a US government shutdown, this might be the short of a lifetime. You guys might call me Michael Burry. You remember that guy that shorted the entire market during the financial crisis when I lost my job? Yeah, you guys can call me the Ronnie Burry over here. But how did he do it? Go back in 2007, 8, 9 and look at structure and see what he did. Nothing different than what we did. Okay, he had a little bit more analysis on subprime mortgage markets collapsing, all of that. He had some fundamentals behind it, but if you look at structure, I guarantee you're going to say, holy shit, how did I not trade in 2007, 8, 9 and be part of that? Okay, there's always hope in the future. Put your zone, put an alert, and wait for it. That might be the greatest all-time high, double top, short in our lifetime. But the way how things are going, it could continue to squeeze and go higher, okay? So that's just to keep in mind for the future for everybody, okay? So now it came down, came down, came down. I got a point of interest right here, okay? I don't see any bullish volume closing above here. I see a lower high, and a lower high, okay? So look now, guys, okay? Like this bearish candle, if you look at 50%, somewhere right around there. So I can see that we're trading in that point of control and they're still pushing it down. Let's follow today's volume. We opened, it was initially bullish. We did make a high of the day. Sorry guys, it's 9:24. Holy shit, I gotta go faster. Am I still on the daily? Fuck. Okay, so purple high of the day coming down to opening price. Push down, push down. Look at there. There's a point of interest right there for scalpers. You gotta acknowledge this area too. Or intraday traders, there's a body, and yesterday's low was right there. We broke through it and came down. We caused a lower low today, right above there. You can see the purple line is very, very close to that yellow line, so they're protecting it from breaking it. Big buyers stepped in today, pushing it all the way back up. This is where we are right now. So are they going to flip this back to the opening price, turn bullish and come back up, or is this selling pressure going to continue to come back down? Guys, now I'm going to talk really, really, really fast. Here we are on the 4 hours now, okay? So 4 hours. Look, guys, patterns, pattern recognition. 4 hour big move, come up, rejection. 4 hour move, come back down, stop, pivot, structure, support, neckline, whatever the hell you want to call this shit. Demand, come back up, double top right there. That is the second top. So this is the leg pushing down from the double top. I can see lower high, lower high, lower high. All we got to do is close with some hourly volume, below this yellow line, like even if we get 1 hour candle close below there, retest this, we could continue to fill and drop even further down. The markets could sell off. Guys, US government is shut down. There's not a lot of faith in the US government right now. So we could technically see markets push back down, but they might want to push back up to trap buyers, then continue offering at these higher prices, just like we saw on the gold sell, okay? So same shit, just different time frame. Now, real quickly, a very important 4 hour candle was London. Open, bearish, 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 bearish. This 4 hour European candle represented a low. They big buyers brought it right back up and closed it right there. We opened New York 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., came back right there. You see how we're respecting, even the 4 hour wicks are respecting this daily point of interest, came back right up there. Look at the high is at that 4 hour point of control. You know, this is why it's so easy, guys. There's a hourly point of control. I use white lines on the hourly. 4 hour candle closed, 4 hour candle opened. We've already retested this and its resistance rejected at 24,622, and they're pushing it right back down, okay? So are buyers going to continue to close above this and we're going to push higher, or are we going to come back down? On the 1H, this is what we got. The big drop was 2 a.m. pre-London. There's London, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. inside bar, 7 a.m. big bullish. So we'll see if we can continue to push up. If you want to kind of find 50% point of control of that big bullish bar, you should have a white line somewhere inside here, okay? And I can see how it's lining up with that body and body. See how sometimes you can do this without even using your Fibonacci? You see the point of control of the hourly candles, wick, 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 but there's the close of the volume right there. How I placed a white line, there was support, there that little tiny volume closed below. Look at when it retested, it was resistance pushing down. Look at when we came up, white line, rejection, came up, white line, rejection. We closed above it now, so anything could be still holding support at this white line. And if I want to verify that white line, Fibonacci tool from that big bullish candle open, sorry guys, I'm talking so fast, closing price, look at the white line. It is exactly at 0.5 of that hourly confirmed candle. I could also find that hourly point of control right now, but I guarantee you it's going to break during Wall Street's volume because there's so much volume. But if it can hold, that could still show us that there is still strength for hourly buyers to reverse this back up. However, if we lose this, market is dumping down. Okay, so on the 5 minutes, guys, this is that green boxes right now. There, it's an M top on the 5 minutes going into Wall Street with 3 minutes. There's the top, came back down. There's your lower high. Okay, didn't come out lower high. There's your big bar coming down. So is it going to be an impulse? Are they going to take out that low? Is it going to close below there, retest this? We sell Wall Street coming back down, or is it going to come back up, close above here, and then we're buying back up? So I'm saying who knows what could happen here, but we got to acknowledge this. So real quickly, guys, sorry, shit, we got to move faster. There, you could draw a trend line if you want on NASDAQ too. Is there from there, okay, pushing back up. I would keep it like that. Again, let's make it white for hourly. You can make it thick if you like. There's the trend line, okay? And you can see how it's trying to break right here. Oh man, if you want to draw a little 5 minute red zone, again, to the bodies right there. That's our red zone right above us. Kind of like a little hat above us, okay? Lower high from up there, okay? Daily bar indicator, we got it right beside us. Our 9 EMA and 200 EMA added to the charts. Oh, fuck, I gotta update all this shit. It'll come in when it's ready, okay? But we're at the 200 EMA right now. Let's put these two side by side now and get ready for Wall Street in, holy shit, 55 seconds. Okay, good luck to everybody. Please look at your securities right now. I'm doing that too. I normally trade US30 at this time. I got to go to my charts, check spreads, change my lot sizing because I was just trading gold. So I got to change because it's a different index, and get ready. Have some rules. Are you going to trade right away when the market opens, first 10 seconds? We could see a big bearish candle. We could see a big bullish candle. We could see indecision. Have rules. Are you waiting 5 minutes, waiting 15 minutes? Just trade with proper risk management. This could be a volatile Wall Street market open with the US government shut down, okay? Good luck to everyone. Just no one blow your account. If you made some profit, don't piss it away. Try, just learn how to do that. That's it. And you're well on your way to successful trading. Here we go, 10 seconds into the open. Pick your security. Good luck to everyone. 420 viewers exactly on YouTube. Wow. We should all smoke a joint right now and just cool off. But here we go. bullish ignited open coming up. Look for, like I always look for, is there going to be a real sharp rejection like that? Okay, so it rejected right at the yellow line. So it's continuing to refold. Remember, it was a bullish ignited open. Maybe they're coming into this red zone and more sellers are offering up there and this thing could come tumbling down. Could be a fake out, okay? So we could either wait for the body to close. Look at how NASDAQ opened, pushing down, took out that low. It could continue to push down. US30 opened bullish ignited right here, okay? Still holding that ignited open. So when it comes down, remember, it's like a rocket refueling itself. But let's see how it will react in this big red zone at the daily high, maybe a lower high. Will they reject this back down? Big, strong, bullish open, okay? Right out of the gate. Bullish ignited, push. Some of you guys maybe are in a buy or bought that. Fantastic. But for others that are not, do you want to just right now buy the highest point of this candle? That's up to you, okay? I'm not. Just like if you sold NASDAQ right out of the gate. Did you do something down there? Look how it can flip too. See how candles can flip bias very, very fast? Look at now how bullish it is, okay? Will it take out these highs? Will it close above here? Are we going to buy pullbacks on NASDAQ? Maybe the market is not selling off. Maybe US30 and NASDAQ are going to be very bullish today, okay? I let the volume decide. I have a bias, but bias means fuck all at the end of the day when it comes to volume. Excuse my French-Canadian language there. Sorry, guys. I apologize for swearing. I know some of you guys are trading with the kids, but I apologize. Shit just comes out of my mouth as we go along. But I assume we're all adults here, okay? A little swear word here and there. I hope it doesn't offend you guys, okay? Some people understand more when you talk like that. You should see my one-on-ones I have with some of the snipers. I do those with discretion. When they come in, I say, viewer discretion is advised. I'm very, very polite and have manners on this when I'm live with you guys. When it comes to one-on-ones, it's a different story with me. I'm there to really help you. If I got to swear at you, I got to swear at you. It's no disrespect, it's just helping you. Sometimes you guys are swearing at me. It's all good. Sherry, I understand. I do this for you because you're very polite. You're always out there. So, guys, for Sherry, we cannot swear. We got to be professional. Scotty, you swear at the charts? Me too. Me too. I swear at the candles. Okay, so we're seeing bullish move. The first 3.5 minutes is showing bullish buyers, okay? Is it going to continue this? We just basically hit the highest point of the day, okay? NASDAQ has not. NASDAQ's highest point of the day is up here, the purple line. That's the opening price. But US30, very bullish. Look at the daily candle. It's flipped into a bullish pin bar, okay? So either we can wait for pullback buys down in here, or we got to wait for this bullish candle to close. We can figure out the bullish point of control of the first 5 minutes of Wall Street. We can see it just got rejected at the highest point of the day. Will the next bar open bearish and come down with that rejection? Okay, look at NASDAQ, like very strong volume, okay? I wouldn't suggest selling right now. Gold. Yeah, gold, guys, you got to continue going through the motions. If it closes above here, flip this one green, and you could be coming back into that 4-hour point of control up there. Okay, but we're going to watch US30 and NASDAQ right now. Guys, I need to sip up some Gatorade right now. Okay, so for those that are learning, we got a few things we got to do here. I'm grabbing my Fibonacci tool already from the opening of this candle. I'm going to figure out as soon as it closes the next 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the close. I plotted my fib. Where's 50%? I can bring this. Oh, shit. I don't want to move my fib. I just want to move this red line to 0.5. See how it's coming down right now as I'm literally plotting it. There's the bullish point of control of the first 5-minute candle. Some of you guys are watching. Watch if it gets a wick in there. The same thing for NASDAQ you can do, okay? So it got a wick. Bearish ignited. So it's coming off of that rejection at the daily high, opening bearish ignited, coming all the way down into our point of control. Will it hold in here and go back up and break out further? Or is it going to come back down and lose this point of control and we're dropping further? See this red zone? You can just literally flip it green now. And it's basically, it's representing 50% of that. If you want to verify NASDAQ as well, opening balance, closing balance, look right there, 618. I can adjust this right there now, okay? And you got it. Where's 50%? Right there. Now we've determined the point of control of NASDAQ, first 5 minutes. There's that bearish ignited candle coming back down. See right there, it got a rejection exactly at 50%. Sometimes for scalpers who take that up, they're already in profit. That's what it called this quick scalp is. So just came up, you're up 30 pips, close it. A 1 minute candle, sometimes that's all it takes. Look at the 1 minute bar, okay? See that, how it just came in, triggered, and went back up. That went up for 30 pips. Sometimes that's all I look for. That's it. Get in, get out, get in, get out. But if you're holding like the 5 minutes, you can't just determine right off of the first minute, right? You should be trading 1 minute candles if you want to do that. This is a 5 minute candle. It's 300 seconds. We still have 3 minutes to go. Now it's still pushing down, pushing down. Will it take out the bottom of the point of control? Will it come down to the yellow daily line in our 9 EMA? Or is this going to be a bearish engulfing candle coming all the way right back down? And this opening was a fake out, okay? So stick with me, guys, you know, and let's see the narrative of the story that's being created at Wall Street Market Open. What if this is just a big fake out, comes back down engulfed? We could sell the market all the way right back down. And then they scoop the liquidity. They tap the exactly 46,400 on the dot. Or it could just get a higher low and continue moving back up, okay? I want everyone to learn patience, learn discipline, learn how to read bodies of candles. Don't just make just impulse decisions. Impulse trading will not get you far in trading. You might make a few pips on a candle, but every single day trading on impulse, you're not going to go too far. Stick with bodies closing. You'll get more concrete evidence. Believe me. So now we see it came down, came down, came down. It's got a good wick. The buyers are interested. You can see they're getting filled down there. But we still have that big ignited bearish head that pushed this candle down. Will the bar flip? So if it flips, it could technically fill that and continue to drive, okay? So far we're holding. Or do we wait for full body closure in the next 1 minute and 45 seconds to confirm? And then if this is holding, then it's telling this structural level is still good. It's still good with buyers. NASDAQ is continuing to push now. It just broke the opening day's balance, okay? You could see the daily candle maybe possibly flip into a hammer candle to come up to the daily high. And for some traders that had pending orders in that zone, you know, you could be directly right into profit had you had a pending order if you do use those. And that's a 50 pip pending order filled, where you could be at a break even and just be out of this candle too if you just want to pick up 50 pips. It wasn't that difficult to determine that zone. Was not. Here's the close, okay? Remember the opening balance was that ignited bearish head, okay? Are they still holding it? Are they still holding it? Will it flip blue? There, okay, so it flipped, okay? So now it's a bullish hammer. Will it take out this previous high that they broke out? That's that purple high. Will it create a new high and go through our entire red zone and get up to 46,430? Okay, what happens if it's closing above here? We're going to flip this big red zone green. Today might be, we buy pullbacks all day. Maybe the markets are rallying big time on US government shutdown. Maybe more money is flocking into the stock markets. That could be what's going on right now. Is gold selling off? Okay, sometimes when gold sells off, money will go into stock markets. Diversification. Remember, movement of money, Sherry. Absolutely. Movement of money. Diversifying portfolios. We could see that. Okay. So this is holding. Okay. There's no debate. It's holding. Bullish ignited open, short wick. If I was scalping for a few pips, you know, that's kind of what I'm looking for. But maybe as pullback traders, we're waiting for maybe a nice discount to pull back to us. Because sometimes this is that FOMO, fear of missing out. Buying the highest point of the day, buying the highest point of a candle. Sometimes when we do that, then it reverses and we're in drawdown. And then it comes back down to a nice discounted area. Then we're scratching our head saying, man, why didn't we wait? Why didn't we wait? Make that decision right now. And don't play this would have, should have, could have game. The whole objective is trading is to learn patience and discipline. Okay, it's not about FOMO trading. If you want, FOMO trade all you want. And let me know after a couple months and years how trading is going. Okay, most traders are waiting for another pullback here and buy a discount to come back up to that. See if you bought that FOMO, how it reverses on you, and now you could be in drawdown. Okay, it could just even retrace back to this purple line. You could buy right there. You're buying at a discounted rate. Instead of buying the highest point of that candle, if it comes down there, look at, you're getting a 55 pip discount. These traders who bought up there are now in 40, 50 pips of drawdown, right? And you could be waiting right there if you like. And when you buy right there, you know you're buying on discount, you could place a 50 pip stop loss down in here. Or you could even wait deeper down in here if it comes down in here. Notice how I didn't make the zone green yet because we did not physically close above there. We closed right in it, right there. Okay. NASDAQ is getting rejected, rejected, rejected at the opening day balance. So see on the 5 minutes, the yellow line down to the bodies, I make that a red zone right now, okay? To show me where there is resistance on the 5 minutes. Will it come back down? Will it come up here? That might be a second top developing to sell the second leg. Sometimes just sitting back, relaxing, figuring out what the market is doing can allow you to get into a higher probable setup. Look for those A+ setups. Okay, so you see how it's holding the opening day balance. Whoever bought today is holding it down. Whoever sold today up there is holding it down. Okay, so maybe we'll retrace back down. Maybe we'll come back up. That will be the second leg, and then we'll see. Will it get rejected there? Second top, M top, maybe we could sell that, or our buyer's going to continue to break it out of here, and that will be a block with closing volume above that we flip green. Gold out of the blocks now. Good, good, guys. You guys do your own analysis, okay? If you guys did this with me, so you see that blue candle that closed above, go red to green now, okay? So you still see how it's still holding here. We could potentially come back up and trade into this zone, okay? So right now, it is today's current bullish point of control we had. Did break down, but it's still maintaining, okay? Okay, now they kind of pinned it. Now it's a pinned candle with 90 seconds to go. That's a shooting star candle. That's what I call when they pinned it, and then now they bring it down heavy. So is this candle going to close below this point of interest on the 5 minutes? That's an important candle. That was the 9:30 close, 9:35 open. Will it close below there? I want to figure out the point of control of this candle. Maybe it might be a second top, lower high, and then I could short maybe that leg back down, coming down into here. However, when I'm shorting, I got to know I'm shorting where there's buyers, right? So you got to know exactly what you're looking for. Or if you're looking to buy, maybe we have a buy bias. But regardless, I'm waiting for this candle to close because it's now barcoding, bullish, bearish, consolidation inside here. Look at NASDAQ, came all the way down at that hourly white line and all the way back up. So it's difficult to sell right now. There's still buyers interested holding the market up. Maybe we got to continue buying with this. Okay, sellers failed to close it below there, that point of interest from 9:30. So buyers are still there. Let's see how it transitions into our next candle. Next candle is very important. It's a 15-minute candle. Okay, so is a 15-minute volume going to trade above the previous high? And are we going to get continuation? If you look at 15-minute RSI, holy shit, look at it. It's at 80. It's overbought, but it's in an area of strength. It could continue to squeeze short sellers through here. Okay, maybe there's a ton of short sellers selling the market because U.S. government shut down. Could continue to squeeze. And then our target would be the yellow line, then 46,525. Okay, bearish ignited. Look how they just opened it. They dropped it. Now what I look for is a quick wick right here. Will it get a quick wick and flip back up? Or is this a big bearish ignited candle ready to push down? Okay, so sometimes, guys, you know, if you go to the 1 minute, you can see how they just opened it and dropped it with 40 seconds to go. So it came to that red line, still technically holding. Will it push for a further lower low? Okay, this is watching the first 1 minute of that opening 15-minute bar. They just dropped it, right? Okay, so they broke that 5-minute structure, coming down now. This is the first leg that came up. Now we're coming back down. Will it come into here and go back up? Second leg is the better leg to short, right? Okay, so I'm watching. Remember, this green block is where we had our buyers initially, right off of Wall Street. Is it going to come in here? It's going to get a higher low and go back up. NASDAQ is coming down. Again, guys, second tops. This is just the first move up, first redistribution to the downside, but still respecting here, still holding. Okay, so we might get a wick at this green box, and it's still a higher low coming back up. But what I'm doing is I'm following this volume where it will close. Will the sellers be able to close below 935 opening balance? Can we continue to attack Wall Street's opening balance? Or are buyers going to bring this thing right back up? We have news again, 10 a.m. Don't forget that. We'll see if it's released during this government shutdown. What is the name of the indicator? It's the SST daily bar indicator, this one right here. Okay, it's just giving us the daily perspective of the daily volume. That was the opening balance right there. Okay. Sometimes, guys, I rush into a trade. I'm starting to learn too, because we're done at 10 a.m. So sometimes 9:35, 9:40, 9:45, I get into a quick trade and it stops me out. And then after 10 a.m., it goes in the intended direction. It's happened to me multiple times on these calls. So, you know, maybe if I have to stretch this call an extra 10, 15 more minutes, I'm okay with it. But, you know, I don't want to just rush into a trade. Again, I'm not here for views. I'm not here for likes and subscribes. Okay, I'm not here for that. I'm here to actually show you guys what's going on. Came up, back down. Now we're figuring out the neckline. Remember, if it comes back up, second top is the better one to sell. It's nice to sell here, but I would rather sell at a premium area where there's more sellers, right? Unless you're scalping, unless you're down to these 1 minute bars like Scotty is, you could be selling, right? There's a 1 minute candle close below. One day I want to do 1 minutes with you guys. Would you guys be okay if we do like a Wall Street session minute by minute? It would really, really help me, guys, a lot. And I really enjoy scalping 1 minute candles. Let's try it for tomorrow. Would you guys be okay with that? Tomorrow, Wall Street, 1 minutes. From 9:30 till 10. 30 minutes of just watching 1 minute. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. I promise you, you guys will have fun. Okay. If you guys are all good with it, then let's prepare ourselves for tomorrow. Oh, wow, okay. Holy shit. Look at that big drop, okay? Going into the close, okay? So remember the first pullback was right there. Wow. So look at, they just dropped it back to the opening balance. Holy shit, okay? Get ready, guys. Wow, okay. So if it closes below here, we're going to go through the motions. That zone is, that point of control from Wall Street, first 5 minutes is going to turn red. 45 seconds. Look at that 1 minute candle just drop right through, okay? Okay, Scotty, please make sure you're present tomorrow. I need your insights. Scotty is the scalper Scotty. SST scalper Scotty here. Scotty, tomorrow if you can unmute your mic too, if we can put you on. Oh man, that would be an amazing call. Okay, guys, if NASDAQ closes below all of this structure, you guys know the drill. You got to go green to red, 7 seconds. You can get rid of even this inside block if you don't like it there, okay? Okay, right now, there's the close, okay? So green, red, ignited short wick. They're dropping it right away, okay? So what we can do is we can wait for a pullback to sell somewhere inside here. What we can do is maybe eliminate this zone and look for sells that kind of, look at, I'm just bringing my cut line down to about 50%, that big bearish candle, maybe to look to sell a pullback if it comes back into here. Okay, it's a bearish ignited head with that short wick, so they just dropped it. But you see where it's trading in this consolidated volume. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, right back in there. So now it's coming back up. So now we got to watch where the rejections will be, somewhere in here. Or if the buyers really pump it back above here, it could invert this entire zone. Okay, so let's get ready for maybe a quick retest and drop. Guys, if you're on NASDAQ, okay, please go through the motions. Green, this is a red zone. This one was representing just Wall Street, this green zone. You can go right in there as well. Okay, so it's retesting right here now, NASDAQ. Okay, so it's bullish, bullish, bullish. Coming into there, see if it gets rejected. Maybe we can entertain a sell if it comes back down to the opening balance to fill that wick and continue to drop down. Okay, right now it's bullish, bullish, bullish. They've rejected it. Okay, so get ready, guys. They've rejected it. Okay, if it comes back down to the opening balance and turns, it's a spin top. Maybe we'll push back down. Still holding the opening balance. Still holding, coming back up, bullish, bullish, bullish. Well, they rejected it with the same wick. Yes, they did. Coming back down. Will it come back down to the opening balance, or are they going to pump it a little higher? Remember, we could sell higher at a discount, at a premium area. But now it's pushing back down, going back up. Still hanging around here. NASDAQ got a wick right now. I'm assuming it's going to come back up maybe a little higher, but I could be wrong. It's right flirting with that opening balance. Okay, so sellers are there pushing it back down. Okay, are they going to redistribute to the downside? Get ready. Okay, there it goes black. There it's pushing down. I'm going to go into a sell now. Okay, the candle turned black. I'm going to place my stop loss. I'm going to go above that big 5-minute candle and above the, I'm going to put my stop above the previous, I'm going to go a little bigger. I'm going to go above the entire red zone. I'm looking for, see if we can sell back down into this location. Okay, so I'm on a sell on US30. Want to see if this thing can go down, continue push down, and maybe we get a daily bearish candle forming and can push down. But this could be where if it comes down again, guys, I'm going to go through this drill with you guys. Okay, measuring, if it comes down there, that could be about right at the top of the green box, 60 pips in profit. If it comes right in the middle, 75, down to the bottom is about 90, 95. This zone could be about 70 to 90 pips. If that's happening, if it comes down there, then stop loss will be reduced, right? And then I'll take some partials out of there and see if it can continue to break this zone and go down to the deeper zone. But it could come back up, bullish, 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 put me in drawdown. But see how I'm going with the point of control of this big bearish candle at 945. So I'm following the 945 candle, this big bearish one that's going to close in 6 more minutes. If this closes engulfed below all of this 15-minute structure, we may have more momentum to continue to push down, to get down deeper down into here. Okay, so this is a nice 15-minute ignited bearish candle, but point of interest, I'm going to place a red line, okay, on these 15, so we know Wall Street's open was right there, that bullish ignited candle. We just came down to it. So you know how important it is if we can push down and close below that, this red line right there. There's the Wall Street 5-minute candle. And NASDAQ is coming back up to retest, okay? So I'm in a trade on US30. I got to watch this one, okay? 40 seconds to go into the close, okay? There's Wall Street. I can't tell you the importance. If sellers can close it below Wall Street market open, then we've kind of engulfed all of that Wall Street volume, and maybe we can redistribute to the downside. However, buyers could, bring it right back up. We're creating the neckline, okay? And also we're going into 10 a.m. with news too. So, man, this is sometimes where, you know, if it's not moving around here, got to make a quick decision. Do you still want to stay in this in 10 a.m. going into news, new hourly candle, new momentum switch? And what we could also be waiting for is that 15-minute bar to close. Regardless, bullish opening. Let's see if we get lower highs pushing down. That's the opening balance. We still have some selling pressure. There it is, that bearish candle. But let's see if they can kind of take out, oh my goodness, Wall Street's opening balance right there. Okay, so NASDAQ did close above, red, green. News in 5 minutes. Yes, guys, I'm fully aware of that. Yep, ISM manufacturing. Okay, but what is it concerning? It's concerning manufacturing industry. Will it be good for the US dollar, bad for the US dollar? Lots of tariffs in the markets. Maybe it's going to be low for the US dollar. Maybe the market could sell off with that news, you know. Or it could be very good news and then US30 pumps up. Manufacturing is good. US30 represents manufacturing securities as well. Could go very well right back up. Okay. If you want, make your decision right now. It's in drawdown by a few points. Get in or out if you like, okay? Or reduce risk. Okay, so now we're testing a little bit inside that box now, okay? Right in there, the red line. Okay, remember, these are more premium selling areas here, up here. Okay, so now it's just testing inside here. Let's see if some sellers can reject this back down. Okay, but the heart of that candle is right here. Okay, you know, when you're measuring the points of control, opening balance, closing balance. I know it's a lot of red boxes, but I kind of just want to illustrate right in here, right there. That is the heart of that big bearish candle that just came down. So that's what we're transacting in right now. I can remove this one and we follow this one. Okay, so there's a good rejection. Okay, so we do have our sellers present. They've rejected it so far. Remember, we got a lot of buyers who are interested. We have to offer. So the bigger offers were right in the point of control of that candle. Okay, so yes, I did go in a little early, but let's see if the sellers maintain the offers and bring it back down to the closing balance down in here. However, when it's coming down, discounted buyers are buying it right back up. Okay, so this candle is closing in 2 minutes, going right into news and our new hourly candle, and for most securities, a new 4-hour candle. And we're right at our opening day balance. So you see where it's fighting with the opening day balance. The news is going to dictate where we move. Okay, I'm in a sell. I'm going off of this big bearish bar. I'm thinking that Wall Street grabbed liquidity in order to short it down. That's my bias, my perspective, regardless what happens in this trade. If I go into profit or if I get stopped out, you guys know my narrative. They pumped it up at Wall Street, took out the daily high liquidity, came back down, closed it right there. I went in on sell, but they're holding the Wall Street balance right now. Came into 50% of that point of control, and it's a shooting star candle pushing down with 90 seconds to go into the news, right? You got my psychology behind the trade. It's not what happened after the fact. I'm not doing this. This is live, okay? So I want to make sure that you guys understand this, okay? But I cannot stress to you how important it is to get bearish sellers to close below Wall Street's opening balance. And look, and NASDAQ got rejected back down. If the volume closes below that red zone, could be continuing bearish momentum. Wow, right at that opening day's balance. Unbelievable. Like how they bring the market right back to the opening balance. Unbelievable. It's not just by luck or coincidence that this is happening. Big shooting star candle rejected on NASDAQ. We got a shooting star on Dow. 17 seconds going close. Watch for gap down, gap up candles with news, okay? And quick moves. I would love to see a gap down bearish ignited candle drop. That's what I would love to see. However, markets are very funny. Let's see. Close. Bearish ignited. We have to fill these wicks quickly. Nope. So it's coming back up. Rejected it again. Continue. Let's see if we can take out the balance. Take out that Wall Street balance while we're still got that lower high, lower high, lower high. If not, it could come right back up and retest the opening balance. Yellow line coming back up. I haven't even looked at the news yet. Let's see what the news is. Okay, 49.1. Still below 50. Contracting manufacturing industry, but it's just a little bit above their forecast and a tiny bit up previous. Okay, are they going to spin this off as positive news? They could. I'm going to continue to say it's below 50. It's a contracting manufacturing industry. Let's see now. So it's coming up bullish. Respected the red line resistance. Can they, continue to offer down, or is it going to trade back in that previous selling block? Okay, and we're right back at the opening balance. Okay, so far it's a lower high, pushing it back down. Good push down. That aggressive wick push down is just engaged in a large offer. Okay, but there's still buyers buying it back up. You see how they're protecting. There's Wall Street's opening balance, 46,280. They're holding it from, preventing it from breaking down. But if it breaks down, it could be a nice selling opportunity. But they're holding it right now. So you got to continue to sweat this thing out. If this is too much for you to handle, you can, close the trade, get out of it, hold it, reduce risk, do what you got to do, okay? I'm still in this. I'm still in the sell, still selling bias. Manufacturing news wasn't like really above 50 to, wow, like holy, the market, the economy is expanding. Okay, it's just 49.1. It's a little bit above their forecast. Still not the greatest, but maybe it needs to come back higher and get bigger offers above here. I hope it doesn't, because I'm a scalper, so I kind of want to keep it down here and just start dropping right away. So we got 2 more minutes to go in this bar. As long as we can keep bearish volume below the opening day balance, we could get more and more sellers to start bidding down into here and start dropping it. We have our rejection. That's there. But we still have 2 minutes to go on a candle. You guys have seen crazy stuff with me on these live calls. Beautiful. It got pinned down now. Okay, so we're back down to the opening price now. But those buyers, as soon as it got to the opening price, are bidding it, asking to trade it right back up. So the price is hovering right around this opening day balance. This is the battle between the buyers and sellers protecting. Buyers are protecting today's opening balance. Can the sellers momentarily close it below there to start pushing and bidding down, lower down in here? NASDAQ coming right back up. Remember that double top up there, guys? Okay, keep an eye on that double top situation. Okay, 30 seconds to go in the close. So is it going to come all the way back in and trade in that red zone? If volume closes above there, then unfortunately that zone would be flipped and then we can come back up. That's when maybe, I might close out this trade. and not leave it to continue to come up here. So I really got to watch this zone and into this close. Here's the close. Okay, still lower high, open bearish, ignited to push down. So I got to get a lot of volume to continue to sell this thing back down, because it could pick up that shallow pullback at a higher low and go back up. So it is the ignited bar, came down, got the wick. If the candle flips, short wick, then it will trade into this red zone right above there. Okay, so turn bullish, coming back in. Okay, so this is that block. Remember this big block representing this entire candle right in here. So remember, there's still sellers here, but we got to see how they absorb these buyers. Will they continue absorbing? That is technically a lower high from there. Got to bring it back to the opening balance of our bar. Then it will be a spin top candle. But as soon as it comes back down, it continues to fill up with buyers. Okay, so this could be developing our neckline consolidation down into here. Okay, you know, markets need to consolidate in order either to move to the upside or back down to the downside. I'm hoping that more sellers are in here to push this thing back down. However, maybe that ISM manufacturing news interrupted the flow, right? The US dollar could see that as very positive manufacturing. Okay, guys, just motions. NASDAQ closed above red, green. And that 15-minute bar, man, see? Barcoding on the 15s. Bullish, bearish ignited right there. We almost broke that Wall Street low, and now they're bringing it right back up. So we are literally barcoding on the 15 minutes with a large range. Same with NASDAQ. Bullish, bearish, bullish. You know, sometimes this is not the greatest volume to be trading. Unfortunately, the market is barcoding. It's accumulating for a bigger move, okay? So I'm going to stick with this, guys. I'm not off the call with you guys. I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to continue to fight this and see what happens. But if they close it above here, my bias is going to change, okay? And 2 more minutes to go. Okay, good push down on NASDAQ. Good rejection, solid rejection in there. It came more premium area. Okay, it actually even broke out of there. But sellers offering, higher time frame offers. We're back down to our opening balance of this candle. I would love if we can close as a bearish pin bar, maybe back down here with some bearish volume in order to maybe take some momentum and push down, get us back to, you know, break even and recoup some of this unrealized losses and see how things are trading next candle, okay? So that's a good rejection. That's what I want as a seller. But closing balance determines everything. We have 1 more minute. So again, when it came to the opening balance of this candle, the buyers are there protecting it, just like a daily candle right here, just like they're protecting it. So right there, they're showing the protection. Even on this candle, buyers are protecting this opening balance of this 5-minute 10:05 candle. So they're continuing to bring it up. That's where now it comes up. Then next bar could be bullish again to go up to this purple line. That's why I asked myself, how much longer do I want to stay in this trade and continue to, you know, observe this? But if it continues to get rejected, it's showing me that there's offers in the market, continue to push down, but the close determines everything. See these buyers? Still strong momentum. Even NASDAQ came all the way down there. Those buyers are there pushing it right back up. It's a hanging man candle. Will it come down and close? 15 more seconds go. close. Here it is. Okay, so close with a little bit of bullish volume. They opened it bullish ignited, coming back up. I'd like to see a quick rejection right about here, or lower high from that. I don't want to see another higher high breakout, because if that's the case, then when they make a higher high, I know the volume is above this zone, and if they in fact close it above here, then I got to go through and flip that as an inverted green block, and that goes against me as a seller, right? Then the buyers have the momentum. They have the order block in their favor, okay? So we found the support. They're holding Wall Street market opening balance. That 15-minute structure could not close below there. It's coming retracing back up and just created a new high. So this trade is going completely against me, okay? So decisions I can make is close it right now, get rid of it, or do I continue to hold it and rely more on higher time frame orders to come in and offer up here? I know I'm going in drawdown, but I reduce my risk because it's Wall Street, okay? That's how I can continue to hold this without panicking. I am in drawdown. I am losing money, but my full stop loss is up there. I could prematurely close it right now, get out of this, or continue to just watch what's happening and rely on some structure above me. Gold, yeah, gold is barcoding, garbage. I wouldn't be trading this right now. Wait for something, above or below these zones. Are you guys learning about like bullish ignited and bearish igniting candles, how strong they are? Okay, so remember, this was a bullish ignited open. It came up bullish, 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 but they're pushing it back down. Watch now. Is it refueling itself to come back up, or are the sellers going to take out that opening balance and flip this into a bearish pin bar, maybe a shooting star candle? Maybe now they've pinned it to push it down. Sherry, is Bitcoin on fire? What's it at right now? 117,000. Wow. Yep. Two more minutes to go. Still holding this. This is an inverted hammer. Okay. So it looks like an upside down hammer candle holding that strong opening position. I would love to see this candle flip bearish, close below the red block, because then the next bar could open bearish with that momentum and start that next leg coming down. However, these buyers are strong. I got to give them respect. They are strong. I can't fault the sellers here. These buyers are strong, still holding, still building this. If it closes above this block, I go through my motions. It's a green block. They've inverted it. So sellers were there. They were there, but they're not there anymore. Buyers are showing the strength. If you guys are buying, congratulations. Good for you guys. It's a great leg, but just understand you guys are buying where there could be stronger sellers up here. Okay, so if you're in profit, that's great. And watch too with me. If you're in a buy and it closes blue above here, I'm going to flip this. You could continue to hold that momentum and continue going further, okay? So I do analysis for both sides, okay? My bias is to short, I'm in a sell, but still got to respect what's going on here. The buyers are still very strong. Look at NASDAQ, came right back up, could break that and drive to the highest point of the day. 30 seconds to go in the close. I always say the last 30 seconds determines the momentum of the candle. Let's see now who closes, buyers or sellers, and where it closes. It's going to be very, very important where it closes. Here's the close in 8 seconds. close. So it's still closed in the red zone. So I can't flip it green momentarily. Candle open bullish. Again, bullish strong open, pushing up. Will it fill that wick, create the new high, and get up? That was the previous daily high prior to Wall Street taking it out. Okay, so I still have it as the purple line. Can we get a lower high, push back down into here, or these buyers holding this opening balance? Okay. Okay, so they lost that opening balance. Now we're coming down. So these red lines that were previous resistance now are support. Okay, so just like if I was in a flipped, if I was in a buy, I would be telling you guys the same thing. We are holding support and we're coming back up to take out this high. Okay, so this trade is moving opposite from me right now. And if this closes above here, and then I'm going to end this trade, you know, right about here. If it ends bullish above here, I'm not going to hold this any longer. I will be out of this, okay? If it can continue to come down in here, I'm continue to hold this. But if it closes above here, I'm not going to hold this all the way up to there, okay? So I will be ending this prematurely to get out of this. It was initiating the trade prior to the news. Shit happens. Nothing I can do about it. I was hoping that it would be some negative news. So we got 2 more minutes to go into the close. So guys, just heads up, if it does kind of close above here, green zone, I will be ending this trade, realizing my losses, getting out. I'm not going to give it full realization to TP. I've seen enough. If the sellers can't bring it back down in this red zone, I will be out of this. Then it's inverted block, very strong. Tomorrow we'll be on the 1 minutes for Wall Street. If you guys do decide to join us tomorrow, we'll be on the 1 minutes. If you don't, I understand. Some of you guys are saying it's shitty trade. I understand, guys. It's trading. So that will be full stop loss if it gets up there. But regardless, guys, that zone held. I'm going to close this out as soon as this body closes out. Okay, so I'm ending this trade. I'm out, closing it right there. That's a full loss. Okay, guys? Sorry about that, but it's a realized loss. Very bullish, guys. So if you're looking to continue to trade, you could look for buys at these zones. I'm done for today. I'm having a shitty day. There's no excuses. Shitty read on that. Shitty trade. Shitty part on my part. I got to go back to the 1 minutes and reanalyze 1 minute trading. Okay, guys? But that's it for me. Have a good day, guys. Sorry about that. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to the live session of Stocks Number Trading. My name is Dave, guys. My partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.